an indictment of the irreconcilable ideological clashes between Julius Nyerere's Ujamaa socialism in Tanzania, Jomo Kenyatta's laissez-faire capitalism in Kenya, and Idi Amin's erratic military authoritarian rule in Uganda. Despite the ideals of integration, decisions within the community are frequently constrained by a parochial preoccupation with the national sovereignty and a zero-sum political calculus. When the costs and benefits of integration, such as industrial location or distribution of tax revenue, are perceived to be inequitably distributed, the political elites and domestic rent-seeking interests in the losing states often introduce bureaucratic bottlenecks to protect their turf. That's very important, because quite often politicians in state power do not want to show openly that they're opposed to community ideals. That would be unpopular with the people. But they introduced bureaucratic bottlenecks to block the advancement of community interests and to protect their turf. Internal conflicts and undemocratic transitions within one partner state inevitably destabilize the region. Porous borders become conduits for arms, refugees, and non-state armed groups. The security of the people is often sacrificed to the security of the regime. In other words, when there is political repression in one state, and people who are opposed to that repression try and take refuge in neighboring countries, borders become closed. Crossing borders become a privilege, not a right, so that one state can stop those they call dissidents from crossing from one country to the other. When somebody calls you a dissident, you must know that if there's something right he's doing, he or she is doing where he's coming from. It is only that that correct or right thing that is being done by individuals becomes a negative quality to the regime whose politics the individual is disagreeing with. In the East African Community Treaty of Establishment, is the East African Community Treaty of Establishment a double-edged instrument? The Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community in 1999 is the foundational instrument designed to guide this coalition. It is both a blueprint for integration and an architecture for conflict mitigation. In other words, the East African community does not lack good policies, good intentions, good pronouncements to promote coalition building in East Africa and integration of East Africa. Those very good policies are the ones that are undermined by small elites who do not want their implementation because they go against their parochial interests. The treaty, particularly chapter 23, on the protocol on peace and security and the establishment of the East African Court of Justice, provides explicit formal structures for conflict resolution, for example. The East African Court of Justice is designed to ensure adherence to the treaty's provisions, while the protocol and subsequent mechanisms like the East African Community Peace Facility and the East African Stability Force, or Standby Force, are intended to prevent, manage, and resolve violent conflict within and between the East African countries. However, the instrument's effectiveness is often curtailed by the reluctance of partner states to fully cede sovereignty to community institutions. The East African Court of Justice's jurisdiction remains limited, and key decisions, particularly on high politics and security, are heavily centralized in the summit of heads of state. This concentration of power, as we learned from the first collapse, allows national political will, or the lack of thereof, to override the institutional safeguards enshrined in the treaty. In other words, no East African is against the summit of heads of state. The heads of state indeed must come together to give direction to the community. But the summit of heads of state has generally been used to thwart certain progressive decisions by the very institutions established to advance the East African community. What, therefore, are the roles of regional and domestic politics in the state of affairs in this situation? First, regional politics is not merely an external factor. It is the epiphenomenon of domestic political realities and elite interests. The stability of the East African community is continuously undermined by powerful rent-oriented elite coalitions within each partner state. These elites, often entrenched political figures, national bureaucrats, and well-connected businesses benefit from protectionist policies, non-tariff barriers, and non-level playing field, and a non-level playing field. Their political calculus is to maintain the status quo that guarantees their rents, which directly conflicts with the treaty's aims of liberalization and integration. The region is also characterized by historical anomalies and animosities, personality clashes, and competitive rather than cooperative diplomacy. Disagreements over key infrastructure projects, border disputes, or divergent foreign policy stances quickly escalate into retaliatory political actions, such as border closures or trade restrictions, which inflict disproportionate damage on the integration agenda. If we look at cross-border trade in particular, and which is the first casualty in these conflicts of interest in implementing the East African Treaty, the ideal of a fully functional customs union and common market is repeatedly thwarted by prevailing political conditions. Cross-border trade is the immediate and most sensitive indicator of the community's health. The ordinary East Africans have traditionally, historically, benefited from cross-border trade. You only need to be in my county, for example, and to know how much border trade we have with Uganda. Go to a market called Luanda, which is a market between Kisumu County and our western neighbors. Vihiga, yes. You only go to Luanda in the morning at 6 and see the amount of bananas coming from Uganda, pineapples coming from Rwanda, arriving at Luanda in the morning at 5 in the morning, and by 10 they're all gone. That tells you that crossing the border is very important for traders and consumers. Traders from Rwanda and Uganda, and consume these commodities on our side. If indeed crossing the border becomes an encumbrance to that business, you will not see that phenomenon in Luanda at 5 in the morning of every day. It may be that when people cross the border, they have to pay a rent, an illegal rent, an informal rent, to make it possible for them to trade. Now, if that happens, then the government on both countries should make sure that that is stopped. That quite often, the very people who implement the law are the ones who benefit from these illegal taxes across the border, which discourage regional integration and regional trade. Political conflicts are quickly translated into economic warfare. The rise of non-tariff barriers, such as cumbersome inspection regimes, arbitrary standards, and outright border closures, are often deployed as instrument of political leverage. This increases the cost of doing business, creates uncertainty, and stifles the growth of small-scale cross-border traders who are the backbone of regional economies. When geopolitical tensions flare, the planned development of regional industrial and supply value chains stalls. Investors, fearful of policy volatility and state-sanctioned trade restrictions, shy away from long-term regional commitments, leading to lower foreign direct investment and slower job creation. The whole purpose why the East African Community was established was to benefit the ordinary human being in the East African region by enhancing cross-border trade, investment, both foreign and domestic, so that economic growth can be fast in the East African countries. How can we learn, therefore, from the 1977 misfortune of institutionalizing resilience? The collapse of the East African Community in 1977, caused by ideological differences, personality clashes, and the unequal distribution of benefits, provides an invaluable, albeit painful, set of lessons that must guide the current dispensation. The new East African Community must move away from the highly centralized decision-making structure where the final say rests solely with the heads of states. We must strengthen the independence and executive capacity of the East African Community Secretariat, the East African Legislative Assembly, and the East African Court of Justice. The implementation of community decisions must be depoliticized and entrusted to a competent, empowered, and insulated regional bureaucracy. Let me repeat that. The implementation of community decisions must be depoliticized and entrusted to a competent, empowered, and insulated regional bureaucracy. In other words, let Arusha be the real headquarters of the East African Community. Let not that integration of the East African Community be dissected and put in 4 or 5 different headquarters in the East African countries. But if we believe in developing the East African Community, let there be a powerhouse somewhere in Arusha that makes this possible, and not decentralize this power unfairly among the member states. The perception of an equal distribution of benefits must be consciously and transparently addressed through robust compensatory mechanisms and regionally balanced investment in infrastructure and shared services. East African citizens would like to see the effect of East African Community in terms of development of infrastructure and shared services. For example, if crossing the border into Tanzania to go and invest some money in Dar es Salaam pays a heavy fees at the border before you go to Dar es Salaam, you will not do so. Because it would be much cheaper to spend that money on this side of the border than implementing on the other side. The establishment of institutions like the East African Court of Justice and the East African Legislative Assembly in the new community were steps in this direction. But their mandates must be expanded to serve as genuine checks on executive overreach and national self-interest. The first East African Community was largely an elite project. The current community must deepen popular ownership by engaging civil society, the private sector, and ordinary citizens. Integration is not just about treaties. It is about a shared sense of East African identity that transcends narrow nationalistic appeals. In this regard, I think we should do a comparative study between the East African Community and the European Economic Community. To what extent can we learn better integration, economic integration from the European Economic Community if we want to make the East African Community serve the East Africans better? Are there lessons to learn from the UN Security Council as a model for conflict architecture, for example? Can we have a similar model, a similar institution in Arusha that deals with conflict among the East African countries as the UN Security Council does it for the rest of the world? So that Kenyans can see that being in East Africa means something in their daily lives. While the UN Security Council is itself a contested model, it offers a structural lesson for enhancing the East African community capacity to manage interstate conflicts. The East African Community, through its protocol on peace and security, has structures but lacks a dedicated, high-level, and perpetually ready organ analogous to the UN Security Council. We need a streamlined permanent peace and security council, perhaps at the ministerial level with a rotating membership that can convene instantly, issue binding resolutions, and authorize and oversee the deployment of regional forces like the East African Standby Force without the cumbersome process of full summit approval. These proposals might look rather radical and outlandish, but I think if we want to talk seriously about the East African community, we must be prepared to be radical and a little bit outlandish. In other words, have the ambition of doing something much better than simply being contented with what we have today. Not that what we have today is worse than what we have yesterday, but we can do better. The regional architecture must evolve to grant the East African Court of Justice and this proposed Security Council the authority to enforce binding decisions and impose meaningful sanctions, political, economic, or diplomatic, on partner states that flagrantly violate the treaty, the protocols, or regional peace agreements. True political federation may be the eventual goal, but for now, we need to institutionalize the enforcement of our shared rules. Quite often you will hear that some Kenyans who went to Rwanda to do business has been expelled. Or some Rwandese who came to Kenya to do business has been expelled. The ground for which they are expelled are usually very simple. A, that you are a Rwandan found in Kenya, and two, you are a Kenyan found in Rwanda. So what's the use of having a community when being expelled is based on your very identity as a member of that community? Therefore, that's why I say the regional architecture must evolve to grant the East African Court of Justice and this proposed Security Council the authority to enforce binding decisions and impose meaningful sanctions, political, economic, or diplomatic, on partner states that flagrantly violate the treaty, the protocols, or regional peace agreements. True political federation may be the eventual goal, but for now, we need to institutionalize the enforcement of our shared rules. You remember the famous song, Mwalimu Akasema, It Can't Be Done? Play your part. During Nyerere's time, Mwalimu Akasema, It Can't Be Done. You say, play your part. Mwalimu Akasema, It Can't Be Done. You see, you are reluctant to play your part. That is what East Africa is all about. The future of the East African community hinges on the political will to transcend the narrow nationalistic cocoons that led to our past failures. I remember when the community collapsed. I think it was 1968. Was it? Or 77? I'm getting old and I kind of lose sense of time. Anyway, when it collapsed, I was actually in a restaurant with the late Robert Ouko in Nairobi. And he was a minister in the East African community and Kenyan government. And he was also my MP for some time. And we were having tea at about 4. And he heard that the community had collapsed. As a minister, he didn't know these things were going, but it did happen. And I think I saw how fickle the whole idea of community could collapse when a minister in the community didn't expect the thing to happen today, to that day. We must institutionalize cooperation, empower our regional institutions, and anchor our political coalition on the principles of equity, justice, and the rule of regional law to make possible the true survival of an East African community. Thank you very much.
I'd like us to once again give Governor Nyong'o another hearty clap. It is wonderful to hear from someone who is not only a politician, who has been involved in political party processes, and also importantly, a scholar. And as you have listened, he has been able to take us back through the way the East African community has evolved. He has touched on the aspect of divergent national interests, and importantly, the political angle of it when Governor Nyong'o says that the political dictates the economic. And he has also touched on the fissures of coalitions, the lack of trust, ideological clashes, the desire to protect one's turf. And then he has brought in the angle of what is the role of institutions, primarily the judiciaries, for example, and then linked that to the role of a competent bureaucracy, and that one being allowed to function. We can't forget the role of the elites, and also the implication of all that on the East African Treaty, and importantly, regional trade and investment. Governor Nyong'o has also touched on, or rather, recognized the role of collective intelligence. In this case, actors willing to bring in the private sector, the civil society. And he has also touched on the proposal to address peace and security challenges within the EAC. So, Professor Nyong'o, thank you so much for setting the ground for the discussions that will follow. And since, as it happens with this kind of addresses, I would allow for 2 thoughts and questions, because I anticipated that will be the case. But in the interest of time, since Governor Nyong'o will need to leave for another engagement, I will allow only 2 precise questions to Governor Nyong'o that he can respond to. So the first hand went up. Introduce yourself and then go right ahead to your question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michelle Ojamong from Youth Senate Kenya. So it's a comment and also a question. So during the talk, you mentioned that EAC does not lack good policies, to which then I would maybe offer a different opinion, because what I've seen when we're looking at the policies and law in Africa is that they're very Western-centric, and so you'll find that they're not applicable to the African reality. And what I mean is, a good example is the Western form of coalition. It looks at stability as absence of violence, whereas if we're to look at it from maybe an Ubuntu perspective, stability would be harmonious social equilibrium. And so basically, my question is, sorry, I took a lot of notes. I do not think that we can borrow from the European perspective. You mentioned borrowing from the EU. I just don't think it's practical, because even when you look at the nature of European conflict, it's very interstate, whereas in Africa, it's intrastate, where we'll have communities battling because of individualism and, what is individualism and civil wars, which is very different from European wars. And also there's the EU and their structure, they lacked a colonial legacy. They were very independent in how the war was, compared to Africa.
That's an indication to wind up your question.
Okay, let me finish, I'm almost there. And also there's a philosophical mismatch. So my question is, do you think that maybe we should shift from trying to borrow and find a different approach in our coalitions?
Okay, the next question. Yeah, there's a hand there. So we'll have those two questions. The governor will respond, and then we will transition.
Thank you so much.
Introduce yourself, and then the question.
Thank you so much. My name is Marion Stacey. I serve as the ESC Youth Ambassador and also sitting at the Commonwealth Students Association as the Secretary for Africa region. I also worked with a minor today who told me she's the president of her institution, and Gen Z being involved in politics is beautiful and better. My question to Professor today is, we have had conversations around how the ESC needs to actualize its 4 pillars. And the model of how that was supposed to work was to start from 1, which is, common market, customs union, then the monetary union, and the political federation. He has mentioned political federation, and there are talks across the region and meetings that are now taking us to the direction of political confederation. I'd love to hear his thoughts around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, let the mic go to Prof. Yeah. Feel free to respond from there.
Sure. Okay. Let me respond from here as part of the people. Let me begin with your comment, political confederation. Definitely. That's what I was saying. We should move towards political confederation or federation very soon. No delay it. And the reason why I mentioned the European Economic Community, I was at one point in London with in a taxi. This is after the UK withdrew from the European Union. And this taxi man said, you know, when we were mobilized to withdraw from the Union, there were big signs on buses in London, public transport, telling people how bad the European Union was. Several years later, said the taximan, the same buses are now cursing the Prime Minister, who was beaten to withdraw from the community, because we now see the disadvantage of being non-members of the community. And farmers, for example, in England, don't have access to cheap labor that they had when they were members of the community. This was a taximan explaining to me very interesting economic issues of what it meant to Britain when they withdrew the community. That is what I was saying. We should know, as member states, that economically it is beneficial to be in the community, and if there's anything wrong with the community, it's not to get out of the community, but to strengthen it and bring to the governing bodies, the heads of state meetings and so on, and East African Community Assembly, we have our representative there, things which should be done to improve the community and not to step out of it because those things are not there. That's what I'm saying. Because if we leave the community today, the cost of having that better community you're thinking of is going to be more expensive. We were just discussing Utatis before we came here this morning. That to me, that's my view. Having been there, conscious when the community was created, because I was an adult already, and seeing what it is now several years later, I would deal with the iniquities and correct them and make the community a better institution rather than get out because there are certain things that are not satisfying you. Those things can be dealt with. I think that was you. Was there another one there? Did I take that one? Yeah, you are saying, yes, that was a Jamong, that East African community does not like good policies. Yeah, I mean, that's good policies, I said so. But the thing is that please implement them. And secondly, don't just implement them as an institution. Please engage the people through the assemblies, through parliament, through counties. Like I am in a county which borders Uganda. And I know that our people have informal trade with Uganda. I've given you the example of Rwanda, for example, which is there. That we should now do more as counties to encourage this cross-border trade. If there are national rules that make it difficult, let us take it to Parliament through our members of Parliament to make sure that those vikwasos are removed.
Thank you, Prof. One last question from myself, mainly touching around the coalition politics and government. Having observed what is happening in the region, and drawing from the case of Kenya since the post-2007 elections and the subsequent regimes, and now what is happening in the region, what's your forecast around?
One, because the coalition government, or what we call much more democratic government now, it was a much more vibrant society. As what has kept this country stable. As what has kept this country stable. And prosperous for that matter. What Suluhu is doing in Tanzania is really abominable. CCM was popular under Nyerere, CPM was popular. Political leaders who, notwithstanding a one-party system, had an inclusive system. But what is happening in Tanzania now, with Tundu Lissu in detention and one president dictating, it's not going to survive. There will be resistance. Maybe at one point it will be very much more violent. But inevitably, the history of every country says that repressive regime cannot last forever. A point comes when people say enough is enough, and they will go into the street in big numbers, somebody will sort out, but in the end, they will be what? Freedom. I mean, you can look at the history of almost many countries who have had revolution, it's the same thing. So it's better to have an inclusive, participatory system where people can vaunt and their differences and the anger, but come to some kind of compromise, than repress it so that it boils under the ground, and when it explodes, it is something else. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. That helps to weave into the upcoming panels to help us understand further the evolving nature of coalition politics, what it means and how it is redefining, then politics itself, and importantly, peace and stability. And then thereafter, the pros and cons of this. And so I will invite Uta here at the front, and also Prof to be able to hand Prof our token of appreciation for his time coming all the way to address this forum. So Uta, if you want to say something, and then Prof can join you.
I would like to thank you for your time and for your insight. I think it's been very interesting, and we would like to give you. You didn't accept any payment, of course not. So we hope you will accept a small gift of intellectual input, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Uta, and thank you so much, Professor Nyong'o, and you're welcome to still be with us for the next session. And when your time reaches, we are happy to release you for your other engagements. And so at this important time, I'd like to welcome Mukami Wangai from Strathmore Law School. Hans Adel Foundation has been collaborating with Strathmore University Law School in our project on the Africa democratic transitions, to just do case studies of how countries are navigating transitions, and then holding this particular annual forum to present this to the stakeholders, actors, so that now we can continue growing the knowledge on political transitions, democratic transitions rather. And when we talk about democratic transitions, we usually look at the process from elections, transfer of power into governing as now the whole aspect of democratic transitions. So Mokami will be able to present the study that they have been doing, highlighting that, and then that will transition us to the next panel to further discuss this. So Mokami, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking Hans Seidel Foundation, our partners in this initiative. I'm very happy to be here today, and I also look forward to our discussions. I also want to thank our keynote speaker, His Excellency Professor Nyong'o, for his wonderful insights. I hope that this presentation and the panel discussion that will follow will also speak to the bigger vision of achieving the political confederation of the East African community. I will spend about 15 to 20 minutes presenting the main findings of this study. And as you can see from the screen, the study is entitled Political Stability in East African Community States, the Impact of Coalition Politics and Government. I'll start off by giving a background to the study, just explaining our thoughts and our overall objective. And then I will speak about the political context of EAC states, not in much time, since I think our keynote has given us specifically what that vision is. And I'll focus mostly on the issues in defining political stability. This is very much a scholarly view, looking at how existing definitions are limited in helping us understand what political stability is in transitional states, such as in the EAC region. And then I'll speak specifically about coalition politics and government in EAC partner states, particularly in the last 20 to 25 years. Have these had a positive and or a negative effect on political stability at the domestic level, and then finally close with some conclusions. So first off, the context. The setting of this study is the African Great Lakes region. This is a region that has been affected by long-running conflicts and is typically characterized as unstable, okay, when you look at it as a region of the globe. And it's also a region that is made up of a collective of what we refer to as transitional states. So these are states that are coming out of authoritarian rule or one-party rule or military rule or conflicts, large-scale conflicts and civil wars. So they're undergoing some form of political or democratic transition. So our overall objective in this study was to examine how coalition politics and coalition government have shaped political stability, and the key concepts that are discussed are political stability and coalition politics. So just quickly, the political context of the EAC, I just want to draw our attention to this vision of the EAC, which is to have accelerated, harmonious, and balanced development in the community area. And this is a vision that's very difficult to achieve without individual state stability. So the EAC Treaty makes several commitments to achieving stability within those states. It speaks about the promotion of peace, security, and stability within and good neighborliness among partner states. And then the EAC protocol on good governance. Again, we heard about this from Professor Nyong'o's address in the keynote. The EAC protocol on good governance connects political stability to good governance, and essentially it says that good governance is the long-term strategy to achieving political stability in the EAC region. So the vision of an integrated and prosperous East African community cannot be achieved without individual state political. So this is a brief summary of the history of coalition politics and government in the EAC region. And as you know, today the EAC is made up of 8 different partner states. Originally, we had 3 partner states. It's a much larger area today. And a number of scholars, including African scholars, have looked at the phenomena of coalition politics and coalition government. And it is accepted that the first generation of coalitions were the coalitions that emerged at independence. And these coalitions specifically were ethno-regional coalitions that were meant to present a strong front against the former colonial powers. Okay, so you had different ethnic groups, different regional political alliances coming together in order to form a new post-independence government. Now, as Oyugi notes, these coalitions did not tend to survive. They were fragile from the get-go, and once they collapsed, okay, one of the examples that Oyugi actually speaks about is the one that Professor Nyong'o mentioned, the coalition government in Uganda in the 1960s, okay, which was a combination of the Buganda kingdom and other groups. But because of both ideological differences and divergent interests, it eventually collapses. Okay? So after these first generation coalitions collapse, what happens next is that various leaders use the fact of the failures of those coalitions to establish authoritarian rule. Okay, so we see the entrance of military governments and one-party systems in EAC partner states. And this is true both in countries like Uganda, countries like Rwanda that have been affected by large-scale conflicts, and also true in countries like Kenya that haven't had large-scale conflicts or civil wars. Okay? And then finally, we get a second generation of coalitions in the 1990s, and these come in as a result of the efforts to restore multi-party politics. Okay? So these second generation coalitions is where this study begins, and it looks at whether these coalitions have had a stabilizing or destabilizing effect, especially since the beginning of the 21st century. Okay, Oyugi, writing in 2006, finds that the first 15 years of the second generation coalitions were actually more unstable, okay, than the period before. Okay, but in this study we argue that after the beginning of the 21st century, so from the early 2000s or from 2005, we actually see a stabilizing effect. So the study revolves around the definition of political stability, and we won't go too much into the academic debate, okay, because it's a very long debate and very detailed debate, but I'll just highlight some of the issues with the definitions, okay, in the literature. So by the time the world was seeing an end of the decolonization processes, okay, in the last quarter of the 20th century, the definitions of political stability focused on whether certain conditions existed in a state or not. Okay, and here we have one of the most recognized definitions, which looks at whether a state has violence, whether the government has longevity, whether there's an absence of structural change in government, and whether the government is legitimate and makes effective decisions. Okay, so one of the challenges with this definition, if we look at the EAC region since post-independence, since the 1950s, what we find is a huge amount of instability, okay, especially when you look at the most accepted variant, which is the absence of violence. So the EAC region has been affected by long-standing conflicts and very violent conflicts in that period. So if you're to measure political stability in East African community states, you will always come to the conclusion that the region is unstable, okay, or that the region is affected by instability. So instead, we argue that it's more useful to understand the progression in political stability in the last 25 years by asking the question of whether these states have shown patterns of desirable political behavior over time. Okay, so if we look at from the 1990s up to the present day, what patterns of political behavior have been observed or have become regular as a result of coalition politics and government? And do these patterns correspond to the EAC's vision of political stability? Okay, so using this definition, I'll just take you through now what our main conclusions are. And the first conclusion is that a pattern of political exchanges has been established since the start of the 21st century. And coalition politics, coalition government have either required or encouraged these political exchanges. Okay, so one which I think we're all familiar with is the holding of regular elections. All right, so before the 1990s, EAC states this was not a region that was characterized by regular elections. Okay? So despite the positive contributions of coalition politics and government, coalitions have also been destabilizing in some contexts. Okay, so we're not saying that coalitions are bad. Okay, we're simply saying that coalitions can also have destabilizing effects. So this slide gives you a summary of the specific case studies of the 8 countries. I won't go through them since we are limited on time here. But just to summarize, you'll see that in all 8 EAC states, coalition politics and government have been stabilizing. Okay, and then in a number of EAC states, we've also found them to be destabilizing or potentially destabilizing. So next is just to note the stabilizing effects, okay, and the destabilizing effects. So coalition politics and government, in countries that have adopted coalition politics, but more specifically coalition government, we now find lower levels of reported politically related violence. So these are countries like Kenya, okay, Kenya since 2002. We also find these countries having regular elections and also transfers of power. So apart from Kenya, you have countries like Burundi that have been affected by long civil wars, countries like DRC that have been affected by long civil wars, that are now experiencing regular elections and also transfers of power. And then it's important not to understate the contribution of coalition building to peace. Okay, so we're looking at stability, peace, and development in the region. It's not just about achieving stability. So in countries like the DRC, countries like Rwanda, countries like Burundi, the influence of coalition politics in terms of establishing peace and ending civil wars cannot be overstated. And then in terms of destabilizing effects, just to highlight a few, coalition politics and government, because of its emphasis on inclusion and inclusive politics, also places limits on competitive politics. So coalitions tend to become concerned about their survival, and as a result of that, they then use different tactics to remain in power. So they co-opt opposition. That's a common tactic. We see this in Tanzania. This is one of the challenges of the CCM, okay, as a dominant one-party system. We've also seen it more recently in Kenya, okay, and we've also seen it in the second Tshisekedi government of the DRC, okay? And apart from co-optation, they also use repression, okay, repression against opposition. We also see violent state response to challenges, and the most recent example is the response of the Tanzanian state to the protests in Tanzania during the 2025 elections. So the preoccupation with survival can also mean that coalitions are bad for long-term stability. So to conclude, coalition politics and government are good for stabilization in the short term. So they are good for bringing warring factions, warring parties together, for ending civil wars and establishing peace processes and peace settlements. However, inclusiveness has brought peace, okay, and established basic security in the region, but it has also placed constraints on political agency. Okay, so this makes a case for building strong political parties, okay, as a long-term strategy to political stability instead of relying on coalition government. So the impact of coalitions on long-term stability is dependent on whether these existing coalitions and in-power coalitions can accommodate competitive politics and whether they can adapt to shifting demands and expectations of the electorate. And finally, in their ability to address enduring or continuing conflicts. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to the discussions which will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mokami, for that precise presentation on the study. I apologize we were not able to avail the report in time here. What we will do, since you have registered and we have your email addresses, we will make sure that we circulate it to all of you for further reading. I'm sure that, again, has elicited comments and reactions, particularly those of you who are wondering, how did Kenya miss out on the destabilizing section and the table that Mokame presented? Kenya of all countries. Yeah, so we are going right into the panel discussion to engage more on that. And as I had indicated, please, as I had indicated that this panel will have an academia angle to it, which means you guys need some coffee and sugar to be able to engage in that. Could you please grab coffee in 10 minutes and then we jump right into the panel so that we can continue. And this is exactly 10 minutes. So let's be quick so that we can save on time, so that we come back and delve right into the panel discussion and more on this. Please, the next 10 minutes, we are starting at exactly, 5 to 11. that we do the tea break so that we can have the energy to keep us going all the way to lunchtime. All right, and please don't feel don't feel as if you're not observing etiquette. It is totally allowed that you bring in your snacks. Even the panelists, feel free to bring your chai, kahawa, and we go right into the conversation. So at this point, I would like to welcome Mr. Okoth Opondo from Camp D Voices. He will introduce himself further and what he does, and invite the panel and proceed with the discussions. So, Okoth Opondo, let's give him a clap.
Thank you, Robertson. Let's appreciate Robertson in a better way, please. Thank you so much. He has done an amazing job since we started in the morning. And now this is the panel that is coming first to help us understand the topic of the day. A great presentation has been done, and just looking at the theme of this conversation, coalition politics and government in the East African community, a contested approach to stability, peace, and development. I remember last time when we had almost a similar conversation, and Hans Sedel Foundation is always brave enough to confront some of these topics. There's a time we had a conversation with independent candidates. Like, what does it look like for independent candidates in a democracy that is promoting involvement in political parties? So today again, as we talk about the coalition politics, allow me introduce my panel. But before that, as has been stated, my name is Okoth Opondo. I run an organization called Camp D Voices. In Camp D Voices, we organize students to debate, organize debates on key thematic areas, both in communities at the school level. So today we are here to have a similar conversation. So the first person that I'm going to bring on this panel is Professor Thomas. Professor Thomas comes from the University of Nairobi, and he'll be telling us more about himself. Please, let's appreciate him. I come from Kenyatta University, yes. That is exactly what I've mentioned. Please, come forward. Let's appreciate him as he comes. He'll tell us more about himself. All right. The second panelist is Dr. Nicodemus. Dr. Nicodemus is a researcher from the Institute for Security Studies here in Nairobi. Let's appreciate him. Please take the second seat. All right. Then now the only lady on our panel, and of course the one who did an amazing presentation, that is none other than Mukami Wangai, a doctoral fellow, Strathmore Law School. Let's appreciate her. So because we only have the two microphones with us, we'll try to be generous enough to share the microphones. That means when your time is up, please just pass it to the next person. Let me start from the far end. Just a quick brief in a minute. You can tell us more about yourself, short. Yeah.
There's not much to say about myself. My name is Tomasz Milej. I'm Polish national. I'm 49 years old. I spent 12 years here in East Africa, which is half of my professional life. The other half of my professional life I spent mostly in Germany at the University of Cologne. Both parts of my professional life were exciting, but the part in East Africa is more exciting. Thank you.
And that is why we are here. Welcome. Over to you. Please just do it again.
All right. So my name is Mukami Wangai from the Strathmore Center for Law and Policy. So the center is a research hub within Strathmore University Law School. Part of my research is in democratic transitions. So I specialize in looking at countries that we define as emerging democracies or young democracies. So this research fits within that context.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good morning, everyone. My name is Nicodemus Minde. I'm a researcher with the Institute for Security Studies in Nairobi. I work with the East Africa Peace and Security and Governance Program. Other than that, I'm also an academic. I teach at the USIU Africa, International Relations, and I'm also a Tanzanian, and I've researched extensively on this politics, on what we call coalition politics in Tanzania or Zanzibar. To be specific, I'll be happy to share my thoughts around the politics of coalition. So my general interests traverse those areas of politics, but mostly politics of the region.
Thank you. I don't know whether I'm the only one, but the moment he mentioned I'm a Tanzanian, there was a reaction. What is it? He's a Tanzanian. Yeah? Okay, fine, he'll be telling us more. But just to start straight away with Mukami, listening to your presentation, it looks like stability is such a difficult thing to define, but I'm just wondering, because now it looks like the order of politics that is slowly gaining momentum in East Africa. How does this affect the public's expectation majorly on what stability means when these kind of arrangements keep coming?
So as much as coalitions are built initially for political stability, ordinary members of the public have a much wider understanding of what stability means. So the ordinary person wants to, wake up in the morning and go to work or go to school, have a secure place to live, be able to afford the costs of transportation, be able to access healthcare when needed, and just to have a general sense of security around them. So political stability is only part of the kind of the economic, the social, the kind of stability that the ordinary person thinks about. And actually the EAC, if you read the EAC treaty, and together with the EAC protocol, there seems to be, an appreciation of that it's not just about having stable government, right? It's not just about having a government that isn't overthrown using unconstitutional means, and it's not just about having competitive politics, right? It's also about people being able to enjoy the life that is being provided for them by those political structures. Okay, so in the context of, just to use one example, in the context of Kenya, coalition politics in the last 20 years has had a positive influence on the way people live in their day-to-day. Okay, the same argument could be made in the context of Tanzania. So these are just considerations I think that are worth us also thinking about.
Please just pass the microphone to Thomas, because looking at it from a political science angle, is it, these formations, majorly in the East African community, are they just to fix a short-term problem, or can we really say that they're developing democracy and the common people on the ground are enjoying development from this? And also just looking at it also from the angle that in most cases we've seen people just sharing power, one election after the other. What is your view on this?
Thank you so much. So it is not a short-term fix. Yeah, it is what we have in place is a reflection of a certain concept, political science called consociatal model of managing mostly ethnic diversity. So because we have a Tanzanian, so I will focus on Kenya. I will pretend to be a Kenyan, if you allow. So it's a model of managing ethnic diversity. And so this is what political leaders will tell you. So one day they will start accusing each other of being tribal. But another day they will say, politics in Kenya is organized around ethnic communities, and they will tell you about ethnic blocs, voting blocs, and then trading, you vote for me, then my bloc votes for you, and so on. Before I even start talking about this consociatal model, I would like to voice a, popular or unpopular opinion that in Kenya ethnic diversity has been managed very well. And I am saying this from a perspective of a person who is socialized in Europe. I'm just trying to imagine a European state that has over 40 ethnic groups speaking 40 different languages. Languages that are sometimes not similar, not even not similar, but totally different, yeah, difficult to understand. And to find an example of such a state, we have to go back to the 19th century, perhaps to the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, which collapsed, yeah, which failed, yeah, which collapsed after the First World War. Now, looking at the realities of European politics today, yeah, there's no such state. And we're just trying to imagine how a state in Europe would look like when we would put together Germans, Hungarians, Polish, yeah, then perhaps Lithuanians, Basques, and you sort yourself out. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, so perhaps we should appreciate, yeah, especially what there is in Kenya, especially since adoption of 2010 constitution. So perhaps it's because of Ubuntu. I think there was a question here. Yeah, so I think this it's something that we should look up to rather than adopting this political science models. So I said it's the model in Kenya is leading towards the consociatal model. It's a model developed by a Dutch scholar called Arend Leipraat. Yeah, and he says that the assumption is that ethnic identity is important, is resilient, it's not easy to change in a short run, and for an ethnically divided society, the best thing is that the segmental leaders, or the leaders of those voting blocks, ethnic blocks, however you regional, however you call them, that they work together and share power. So this model assumes and expects that those segmental leaders engage in some sort of a politics of compromise. Yeah? So they maintain power within their segments and then they engage in politics of compromise. And the assumption is very positive about the leaders that out of statesmanship, yes, they are statesmen and stateswomen, yeah? And then they would engage in the politics of compromise. Then you have a spillover. The followers of those leaders follow suit, and then we follow a sunny avenue towards stability, greater future prosperity. This is not the only model of organizing an ethnically divided society, not divided, ethnically diverse society. There's also another one promoted by an American scholar, David Horowitz. This is the so-called integrationist model. Yeah? And this is a model which basically wants to constrain the ethnocentrism, the focus on ethnic group, human rights codes, civil society committed to integration, non-ethnic political parties, trade unions, and civil society movements, which are, it sounds familiar, tribeless and leaderless. So it encourages politics which focuses on different issues than ethnicity. Yeah, it presupposes an electoral system that forces the candidates to look for votes, not in just one ethnic bloc, but in many ethnic blocs. What do we have in Kenya? In Kenya, I would say we have a hybrid model. Yeah? So we have the devolution, which basically institutionalizes segmental and ethnocentric politics by creating regional bureaucracies. Bureaucracy is not a nice word. Regional administrations, yeah, which sometimes do have an ethnical profile, but at the same time it does not make those ethnically profiled administrations too strong. Yeah? So we do not have self-governing units which would correspond to the regions inhabited by large ethnic communities in Kenya. It's rather meant to empower the smaller, often marginalized communities like Samburu County, for example. So that one on one hand. On the other hand, we have a constitution that provides that political parties should have a national character and shall not be founded on ethnic and regional basis. That's the quote from the constitution. And now how is the reality? Well, let us be serious. Then again, we have an electoral system, which is first past the post, ethnic, not ethnic, but small constituencies, sometimes ethnic, mostly ethnically homogeneous, yeah? And who gets the majority of votes becomes an MP. Yeah, it does definitely not encourage looking for votes among different ethnic groups. Now, this system, this consociatal system, has its downsides. And here I will give you a quote of a prominent critic of consociatalism, saying that consociations are also seen as lacking central democratic virtues. So this system lacks democratic virtues because all segments are included in the government. There is no democratic opposition to hold the government to account or to propose an alternative government. Doesn't it sound familiar? Yeah? Do we have an opposition on the national level, but also do we have opposition within the segments? Do we? So basically the criticism goes as an idea that sidelines the opposition. And in a Kenyan context, and that will be my last point, I think it's quite important, this sidelining is supercharged because it is not, the consociatal organization, coalition government is not just about sharing power, but also about the ownership of the roadblocks. Roadblocks in metaphorical sense. Why? What are those roadblocks? I must see that the model of governance we have adopted is a model adopted under the conditions of glaring social inequalities and absolutely endemic corruption, in which to access a public office means also to access a principal avenue to resources, to wealth accumulation. Resources such as cash, land, tenders, jobs, car grants. Yeah? And this also applies other way around. You cannot access, or it's very difficult to access a public office without having such resources. So what is this roadblock economy? Roadblock economy is an economy when you have bureaucratic rigidities, yeah? Stumble blocks, to access government services, to obtain a permit, yeah, you have to somehow navigate bureaucratic rigidities. And those bureaucratic rigidities are the roadblocks. Corruption is necessary to navigate this. So those roadblocks, yeah, I give you a permit unless you give me resources, yeah, is a source. Bureaucratic rigidities are a source of income. Yeah? And the coalition politics is not only who has the political power, but also who owns the roadblock. And coalition government is not just about power sharing, but also about sharing of the ownership of the roadblock. And this is why elites, political and economic elites, love so much the consociatal model. Charles Fombat is a South African scholar, a Cameroonian South African scholar, calls it strategic adaptation of elites. Yeah? They have a preference for this consociatal model. It is their source of income. It is convenient for them. It is easy to work. And actually the flaws of this model, the sidelining of the opposition, is the very reason why the elites like it so much, because it secures their undisturbed access to resources. I have talked too long. Should I now say something about the EAC?
Maybe, let me go to
Later.
Dr. Nitomas,
Thank you.
then we'll come back to you. Thank you. Pass the microphone to Dr. Nicodemus, and I'm sure there are a lot of statements you've made there that will raise so many questions from the amazing people inside the room, especially the one on who owns the roadblock. I think that's a very important one. But now back to you, Dr. Nicodemus. First of all, clear the air. When you mentioned Tanzania, everyone reacted.
Of course, Tanzania has been on the news recently, and of course, in a political crisis of some kind, and we all know what really happened. It's a sad moment for our country. So many lives lost, and of course, with this crisis, probably there's also discussion about coalition. But I think the political nature of Tanzania and the structure in Tanzania mainland, because again we need to distinguish between what we call Tanzania, the United Republic, and of course the semi-autonomous region of Zanzibar, which is quite different. I think the general political structure of Tanzania does not allow for I saw Kenyan proposals of a handshake. I think Kenya always likes to transport political remedies to many other countries, but I think the fact that Tanzanian political history is a bit different, of course, but again, coalitions also come at a time, very difficult conditions force countries to have coalition politics. Probably that is the air you wanted me to clear, but of course, without a doubt, the country is in serious political crisis as we speak.
Now my question to you, from your studies, what are some of 2 or 3 key security issues that might force a country to consider that direction of coalition politics?
Of course, if you look at the general, when you're speaking about, coalition politics or coalition governments, power sharing, and my colleague Thomas has spoken at length on, trying to dissect or unpack the constitutional model, which is seen as a middle ground, especially in countries that have very, ethnic diverse. In countries also we have different nations within a state, for example, so countries try to navigate these political crises through coalitions. So what necessitate or what the security situations include, among other things, turbulent political histories. Some countries have very turbulent political histories born out of identity divisions, ethnic divisions, and they find ways or pathways in which they can form some form of coalitions. And that is why you find, why is it that some countries have the position of prime minister, for example? Tanzania has a position of prime minister. You find there are countries that have 2 deputy presidents. At one point in Kenya, we had a prime minister, 2 deputy prime ministers. In countries like South Sudan, there was a point where they had almost 9 deputy presidents. So again, these are the security conditions that you're talking about: turbulent political histories, lack of legitimacy crisis. But other times also we see electoral mismanagement, which causes or necessitates conditions for coalition governments. If you look at Tanzania's semi-autonomous region, which of Zanzibar, which I've written extensively about, you find that this turbulent political history born out of nationalistic politics necessitated coalition governments. And there's a terminology we used in trying to really unpack coalitions and the negative impacts of coalitions. We replace coalitions with collusions. So the politics of collusions, not coalition. Why is it? Because yes, I'm a bit of a critic, or to a great extent, but of this notion. You find that there's this elite pact, elite consensus, where countries would want to form some form of power sharing agreements to protect certain interests. And of course, this really, in the long-term effect, has a negative impact. But again, to just briefly put it, there are countries whose political history necessitates conditions for coalitions. We were having a discussion during our briefing. Like I've lived in Kenya for a long time. The political character of Kenyan politics necessitates this form of coalition politics. From 2002, I don't foresee a situation in the near future where we are not going to have some form of coalition. That is why we see repeated handshakes or oppositions being co-opted, as Mukami was talking about. So there are countries whose political structure and architecture really necessitates conditions for coalition governments.
And just on that, maybe, would you also want to try, maybe respond to some parts of the question that I raised? When you talk about the coalition, is it always just about the leaders of this coalition or the parties benefiting, or do you feel the people?
So one of the greatest drawbacks of coalitions, especially with this concept we call elite settlements or elite pacts, is that there is no trickle-down effect to the local, and this is what we call coalition, because you find there is what characterizes this coalition is position sharing at a very elite level, cabinet slots. It leads to some form of that's why you saw in Kenya they created this chief administrative, the CAS, So we have this layer of elite mobilization or elite layer that does not trickle down to the local people. But again, that is the biggest drawback of coalition. And I give the example of Zanzibar, which is position sharing at the very elite level. But again, the conditions that led to us of forming these coalitions is grievances. Most societies have grievances. So these grievances are not settled at a very local level. Historical grievances, which are now downplayed or covered under the carpet. For me, I see the negative impact of these coalitions in some case studies where they do not necessarily trickle down to the local communities.
Sorry, I was just addressing something important. Thank you so much for that. And I wanted just to hear your side on the same question, because again, he gave some very important words that I know people will really be interested to raise questions about. But now back to Mukami. When presenting your research, some people we noted, for example, Tanzania, was there a tick on the destabilizing? Robertson? It is among the like, what makes others that way? And even the question that Robertson was asking, people are wondering, why not Kenya?
That's a very good question. So this is one of the questions coming out of the research. At what point do events become destabilizing? So in the context of Kenya, I would say that coalition politics and government have been more stabilizing than destabilizing. So first, since 2002, Kenya has had regular elections. Kenya has had more than one transfer of power, in terms of executive power. Those elections and transfers of power have happened at regular intervals or at constitutional intervals. And also, Kenya has had other patterns of political behavior, so putting aside political parties now, so patterns such as public participation in decision-making. So if you look at the process of passing a new constitution in 2010, that was a very good example of participatory democracy on the part of ordinary citizens. But also if you look at the lawmaking process in Kenya, this is very participatory. So on balance, coalitions have been more stabilizing than destabilizing. In the case of Tanzania, and let me provide my comments because I'm making reference to the United Republic of Tanzania. So the study doesn't look at the semi-autonomous status of Zanzibar and what impact that has. So in the case of Tanzania, the CCM is considered to have created the most politically stable country, okay, in the region, at least until the events of the 2025 election. So Tanzania is often cited as being the most peaceful country in the region since independence. Yeah, I don't think that is contested, at least in terms of the outward appearance. However, Tanzania is also critiqued or criticized for not doing as well on economic development. Okay, so when we speak about elite consensus, Tanzania has an economic system, and this you'll find in the paper. It has an economic system that's strongly centered on elite consensus, and that has been a stumbling block to achieving more widespread economic and social development in Tanzania. And then most recently, the protests in 2025, the response of the government to those protests, again, brings up the question of whether having a dominant leadership or a dominant political party, okay, gives you that stability in the short term, but actually at the same time drives very negative sentiments. Yeah, so that's really the thinking. So the countries that show more of a destabilizing effect, they either haven't had a strong economic performance, or they have had a return to civil war or large-scale conflict. So countries like South Sudan has been in and out of conflicts since its secession from Sudan in 2011. So South Sudan was very much a consociational model of power sharing, but the failures of that model in South Sudan are very, very apparent. A similar case, not exactly like South Sudan, is the case of Burundi, again a traditional consociational arrangement. I think the DRC perhaps has been marginally better, but again the persistence of conflict in eastern DRC shows that the state has been unable to bring an end to violence. So the fact that they have continuing violence means that they have inherent political instability, despite having continuous government since 2003.
Maybe just to highlight, apart from avoiding the violence or the kind of sometimes the tension that we see in the country, from your study, what else do you think these dynamics of politics address?
Please repeat that.
Apart from just avoiding because in most cases they just come to say, you know, we want to do this to avoid chaos or violence. But what are 2 or 3 other key things you can just highlight to us that these dynamics of politics usually address?
So one of the potential strengths of coalitions, just the way coalitions represent a cross-section of the citizenry, they have the potential to actually address many different problems and challenges of the same citizenry, right? Because they represent so many different groups. So one of the assumptions is that by having a coalition government, they're better able to address, for example, the development goals or the development challenges of the country. So you would expect to see a country that's growing economically, but also developing socially, communities that are becoming more integrated. And becoming more integrated doesn't mean losing your community identity. And this is where tribalism sometimes is not so helpful, right? Communities becoming integrated, you can have a national identity but still continue to have your ethnic, religious, regional identity. So coalitions are expected to do a good job of running the country, okay, and delivering on the promises of politics. So anywhere we don't see coalitions doing that, then it suggests that they are more concerned with holding on to power than they are on delivering on the mandate that they have been given by the people. And again, this is not to say that Kenya should just pat itself on the back, okay? But one thing that Kenya has been able to to pursue is some significant level of economic progression. Okay, same for countries like Rwanda. Okay, so Rwanda initially, the government is actually a coalition government. I know you can argue it's not a true coalition because of the dominance by one party, but if you look at the origins, it's actually come about as a result of coalition politics and the recommendations in the Arusha Accords that the post-genocide government should be formed of a coalition, some kind of a coalition. And no one requires you to have a particularly inclusive coalition, but Rwanda has been able to make a case for its type of coalition politics based on the positive development experience.
Okay. Pass the microphone to Prof. I think you wanted to address, there's an issue that when you are talking, you felt like you are here.
Yes, because Mukami was very optimistic about progress and growth. I'm asking myself, okay, who is then progressing? Who is growing? Yes, we have a growth in Kenya, 6.5%. I think that's the projected growth. But please look at the healthcare. Yeah, and let me tell you, as a teacher at a public university, higher education, public universities are on their knees. Yeah, and I think that the entire problem with those models is that they are modeled around wealthy small European nations. Yeah, so consociatal model is modeled after Belgium, or Switzerland. But what we have here is the reality of economic equalities and a roadblock economy. So what does it mean? It means that elite pact, I agree, yeah, is about access to resources. Then the elites use those resources to stay and maintain power and resist accountability. Please, did we have in Kenya, it's not only that I totally agree, we don't have the trickle downs, but did we have even a change of a political elite? Please, since 1990s, the same people. And I can throw at you one name after another, yeah? And you can trace their origin of their political career back to 1990. So you have a one-party regime. We have then Kibaki administration, then National Accord, then Constitution. Then all the time, the same people. And now what do we have? We have young people coming to the streets and demanding accountability. And what do we observe? A consolidation of elite. Yeah, who have been using their resources to sustain and maintain power and resist the accountability. And this is the problem with the coalition, the biggest flaw. Yeah, it lacks the democratic spirit.
Thank you. Let's appreciate the panel in a better way, because now I want to pass this microphone over to you. There was a question that was raised by a lady here, and during the tea break, we were just chatting and she told me she felt like the government did not address it well. I think this panel is in a position to address it. Would you like to bring it back? Let me pass the microphone. And any other question in the room? Please just be brief, straight to the question.
Okay, I think I'll shorten the question a bit. I provided the background. But you'll see in all this is that the problem is we don't have a metric system. So when you talk about coalition politics, a metric system in an African perspective. So when you talk about coalition politics, who are we comparing ourselves to? Because we will compare ourselves to more developed countries, and you'll find that the realities are quite different from us. So that is why I also said Africa doesn't have good policies, unfortunately, in my opinion, because it's not African-centered. It does not have Ubuntu. It does not have Harambee. So that's why it's not working. And so that's basically my question. How can we reimagine all this so that it can be African-centered and so that we can have an African-centered metric system?
Right. And I see Professor nodding. I wanted you to bring that question because it gets in line with the statement that he made about some of the models that we are copying and pasting in our nations. Okay, fine. There was a hand at the back. Stanley, pass it to the lady. Then we bring it to Sankara.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Aflin Yogo. I work at Polycom Girls in Homa Bay County. So my question is to Mukami. Thank you so much for the research you've been doing on examining the stability of coalitions. But since 2002, in a way, I heard about politics and the coalition, there's always been one determinant person with regards to how peaceful are we going to be as Kenyans. That one is now the people's president. And now that the people's president is no more, because you've been like examining these trends, so what do you foresee as a coalition in Kenya, and how is it going to be that Baba is now no more? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mine is not actually a question, but a contribution. Me just thank you, panelists, and for the insightful discussions. Mukami for the presentation, and want to agree with Professor that coalition governments have not led to political stability. I think so because I believe that absence of bullets is not the presence of stability. Because I believe that true stability is when institutions function, it is when citizens feel represented, it is when policies are predictable, and I want to give one good example with the broad-based government that we have, which is a form of a coalition. We had a swallowing of the opposition in Kenya by the government, and people lost trust in the entire system when, during the tenancy of that agreement, when the opposition is supposed to check the government, projects were being done in disguise of helping the country, but people lost trust in the government. So whistleblowers exposed the sale of national monuments and assets such as the KICC and the airport. People lost trust in the government because Kenyans now, they cannot go to sleep thinking that the government will make the best decision in the interest of the country. Okay. Actually, Kenyans go to sleep very aware that tomorrow they may wake up and find that our country has been sold out to other people. So that is the trust that we talk about in terms of stability. And therefore, if a country or a region can be unstable, if institutions, we have weak institutions, and if power is concentrated in elite bargains, when policies shift unpredictably, and when the youth and citizens feel excluded. Therefore, mine is to urge that we look at the issue of political stability with a wide perspective, other than just absence of violence, which is the idea of political class forming coalitions for their survival and self-interest is classical to the Michel Arong's "It's Our Turn to Eat," where the politicians just gather to preserve themselves and to eat from the government coffers in the exclusion of the people. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please pass the microphone to Sankara. His hand came first, in the spirit of democracy.
Thank you. That is the spirit of internal democracy. Let me just start by saying something. I'm Kennedy Sankara. I'm the youth senator for Kisumu County. It's my governor who was here, the wise man. So I want to agree with the professor 100%. And just to add on what you said, it's not that we haven't had change of leaders since 1990. It's beyond 1990. I mean, these are proceeds of colonial home guards and chiefs Whoever the ruling elites we are referring today, I'm sorry if one of us is in the room, I'm not here to offend you, but it's the point I have to put out. That Kenya has never had leaders independently elected by the people. The people we have, if it's not a product of them, for example, I will not call names, when the colonialists left in 1963-64, the people who took over immediately were colonial home guards and chiefs. They are the ones who sit in the so-called rooms to discuss coalitions. So whatever we sugarcoat as coalitions in Kenya, it's not a coalition. It is elite consensus on how to keep you where you are, probably even worse than the way you were before. And when Baba left, the sudden demise of Prime Minister Emeritus, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, is a classic example of what elites are today. There is power struggles in the ODM party. Why? Because there was no one who was groomed to take over from him. And that is the same case. We would speak about Kibaki, who being good, he left, we went down. Why? Because they didn't prepare somebody to take over from them. So it's not about you, it's about them. They sit together, they just pass the cake, they power as cakes. Chop this side, give me this side, add us more. And that is where we are. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nicodemus, okay. Pass the microphone to the lady next to you, then we come back to the panel, then we'll do another round, come back to you.
Thank you. Allow me not to stand like Sankara did. My name is Ruth Bolo. I wanted to just comment a little bit and state that I don't think in Kenya particularly we have political party coalitions. I think we have people coalitions. And that's why you see that whenever, and I'll use the example of ODM right now, whoever then was at the forefront of pushing for that coalition, once they step aside, there is then a vacuum of, do we feel the need to still be in that coalition or not? Because it is then not a coalition as a political party. It is a coalition of people. So whenever the coalition happens, the first order of business is to ensure that the interests of those people are catered for. So you will see a cabinet reshuffle, parastatal reshuffles, etc., etc., because the people then need to be comfortable. So when we talk of coalition politics, when our reality is we are having coalition of people, I then would want to ask, how do we, and also of course knowing that our political parties, they then have values and ideologies on paper, but the reality is that they are then people-based and people-focused. So whenever a leader has left power or has left the party and has gone to create a new party, we all move with them, even if those ideologies or values or interests have changed. So how do we then anchor our discussions around strengthening coalition politics and whether or not they stabilize or destabilize a country when the reality is coalition politics is not based on parties or based on the interests of the people or of regions or whatever, but it is based on the interests of the people at the time, of the political figures who then, as you say, own the roadblocks of the various democratic principles that we are talking about. How do we work around that?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll address Ruth's question because it was part of my speaking notes. How do we strengthen coalitions? I think institutionally you can, of course, countries have actually entrenched them in constitutions. There are countries that have really entrenched forms of coalitions or forms of power sharing into national constitutions. Thomas here speaks about devolution being a form, some form of coalition or sharing of power, devolution of power. But again, there's also other countries have proper legal frameworks, very strong legal frameworks that really underpin coalitions. Because most of the time, most of our coalition agreements, the handshakes and so on forth, as you say, I don't think the right term is people, but I think it's elite or leaders. Because you speak of leaders, it seems like it's people, a majority of us, like we are on that, but I think the correct term is it's centered around leaders, individuals, if you may call it. The other one I think is also, which I think I really advocate for, is strengthening institutions. And these institutions of accountability, separation of powers, and once you have a country that has strong institutions, again, really diffuses this aspect of wanting to be in government, wanting to do all those things. And I think those are the, if you ask me, what are some of the solutions, I will provide those. But again, on Sankara, briefly, I think this idea of grooming, and I'm not a big fan of you prepare someone to come and take over you. I don't think it's, I find that to be a very defeatist argument. Politics is you can never be groomed. Sometimes you have to just take it, and you can say, Baba has to groom someone. I'm not a big fan of that kind of doing politics. You have to really stand out, do your thing, and as they say, power abhors vacuum, and power has to be grabbed or taken. You can say unangojea kupewa, hiyo kitu hakuna. Asante.
Professor Mukami, Mukami, but very soon, right?
Thank you. So thank you to Dr. Nicodemus, for specifically answering the question about coalitions of people. So earlier research on coalition politics and coalition governments has identified that in places where coalitions come out of necessity, right? So you either have a civil war, or you have a situation like Kenya did in 2008 of the post-election violence. Those coalitions are formed in the instance, right? They are thought of at that time in order to bring an end to the fighting. So there's very little that happens in terms of setting them up as institutions, okay? And one of the biggest weak points is that once you're in a coalition, it's very difficult to use either the political system or the legal system to hold people within the coalition to account, okay? So anyone who goes against the coalition's stand or the coalition's position or the coalition's agenda tends not to suffer the consequences of that. And you can actually see that even playing out in Kenya right now as we move towards the 2027 elections. So that's just to say that, institutionalizing the safeguards within coalitions is also one way to ensure that the coalitions are about the parties rather than the individuals. Then beyond that, there needs to be a way of separating the identity of political parties from the identity of individuals. So, there is a strength to having charismatic leaders, right? But without having strong political parties, coalitions will always be temporary. And if you look at the coalitions that have been formed in Kenya since 2002, none of them has lasted very long, especially when they are unable to maintain power, okay? One of the only common thing, I think, amongst all the coalitions in Kenya is that they are constantly changing. So the coalitions we have today may not be the coalitions that are on the ballot in 2027. Okay, so that fluidity is great for political freedom, okay? But in terms of institutionalizing politics, it's not good for political parties. And then lastly, on what could we expect to see in terms of coalitions? So first, the coalitions may be very different than they are right now. And in Kenya, the decision to put in the constitution the requirement of a coalition. Okay, so the Kenya constitution does not say that it will be a coalition government, but it requires that the presidential candidate wins 50+1 votes, and it requires that they win at least 25% of the votes in at least half of the counties. So that's 24 out of 47 counties. So that is it's a deliberate okay, decision to require coalition building as a pre-election strategy. Now, because it's virtually impossible to get into power without forming a coalition, it means, again, that the focus will be on building a coalition to get into power. It's not going to be about building a coalition that's based on certain policies or a certain development agenda. So the preoccupation with coalition building in the Constitution, okay, also has its limitations. And that's why some countries don't have such safeguards in place. But again, those countries don't have the kind of history we have in terms of political violence. So as much as in Kenya it exists as a necessity, it also holds us back in terms of what impact coalitions can have in the long term.
Right, Prof?
Thank you so much, Mukami. I quite disagree that those leaders are charismatic. Where are they charismatic? Maybe some of them are, yeah, but they are a minority. They're not charismatic, they're oligarchic. They have resources which they can distribute to the vast majority of people, many of whom live under the poverty line. That's why they have followers, not because of their charisma, but because of the resources they have accumulated. Again, the price for economic inequalities. With my first point. Number two, there's some assumption that those coalitions are a necessity, that without those coalitions there will be chaos, ethnic conflict, and I doubt. First and foremost, I want to make an observation. In June this year, my students were shot at and tear-gassed by a coalition government. Yeah? That's number one. This is just an observation. Number two, ethnic conflict is not primordial. I think that's what political science has established. So people just do not stop fighting because they are diverse, yeah? They must be organized. All ethnic conflicts emerge because of a process, meticulously organized process, top-down driven process of ethno-mobilization. And if we look, yeah, through propaganda, yeah, through ethnic hatred, yeah, through telling people, you know, if you do not elect me, another ethnic group will take advantage of the roadblocks which we are having in the country. So you're merging very different conflicts, issues into one ethnic conflict. You project a threat and offer yourself as a protector. That's how it has been working. Now, if you look at those coalitions today, BBI, broad-based government, even before, yeah, the very people who were the ones driving the ethnic conflict, yeah, some of them were even accused for crimes against humanity at the International Criminal Court, are now coming together and saying we must form a coalition because there will be ethnic conflict. Please. It's just a game. I think that's not scientific now, that's personal and emotional. Yeah? On the 25th of June 2024, I was in my office in KU Parklands because I thought, of course, as a public officer, I have an obligation to maintain political neutrality. But I thought when my students are being locked up, yeah, or beaten up somewhere, then I should at least, I taught them all those things, yeah? I should, many of those things. I should be at least there, yeah, to walk and plead with the police to release my students, yeah, and take part of the responsibility because of the contents I have been teaching. And, you know, walking back, you know, after it was over, you know, so, you know, those cheerful, peaceful crowds of people walking, along a thicker road. Yeah, and I was just thinking, when the generational change comes in Kenya, because as we rightly said, we have a huge continuity of elites, yeah, going back to colonial times. Coalitions which originated in the divide and rule tactics of British colonialists, of white people that came here, brought in some nationalist ideas of the late 19th century in Europe. Yeah, there was no ethnic conflict before, by the way, here. So when the generational change comes with those people, it's my firm belief there will be no need for coalition buildings. So that's why those who run those coalitions fear so much and resist so much the generational change. Rather, they try to pick some of the youth and co-opt them, but they don't have been particularly successful. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Share them in a better way. I want to pass this microphone around, not for you to ask a question, but maybe just to give quick comments, as long as you promise me to be good people. And I'm going to give you, because I'm only left with 10 minutes here, but remember we still have more panels coming. So only 30 seconds, your comment. What do you think about the coalition politics? 30 seconds straight. Please, 30 seconds.
It's a meeting of convenience between politicians. For us, Wananchi, it does not really concern us. You heard Professor saying, people come all the way from Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya, and they do business and they go. Problem is up there. They don't really meet for us. The coalition is for their own reasons. Thank you.
That was a disciplined student. Thank you.
From what the panelists have said, it's clearly that coalition have been, about mobilization, ethnic mobilization. So how do we really draw the line between legitimate representation of diversity, ethnic diversity, and politicization of ethnicities or ethnicization of our politics? Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess when you're given a time, Kenyans, you can keep them. Okay.
But that one is part of the dictatorship. It's not practically. Two, thank you. I think coalition is part of bringing peace in the nation. I want to tell the experience I have. 2002, through coalition, but that coalition shall be before election. Party and party, before election, not after election. And then if you go to our Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 108, Sub-Article 2, talk very clear. The leader of opposition is the leader of the party or coalition parties, not after election. Lastly, we can rethink, because after come up with a coalition, after election, you deny the minority parties to do their work, that is the oversight. They cannot do, because they go for what? For money or post. Thank you.
Forgive me, I had to add the bishop's more time because, yes, he served with Dad sometimes back and I have to respect him for that. Okay, let me see. There was another hand this side. A question within 30 seconds, right? Okay. Thank you.
Muliri is my name. I have a question. Inclusivity means that it should be open to coalitions. So the question then is, shouldn't we be thinking of how coalitions can be inclusive? Because you've just said that governments moving forward will require to have coalitions. Secondly, at what point, that question Mukami you did not answer, at what point do events become destabilizing? Thank you.
Thank you. You even made my work easier. That was actually my last question for Dr. Nicodemus. Any other person we are leaving? Okay. Sorry. 30 seconds for you.
It's just a comment. I'm Jimmy. I wish this collusion could be a collusion in a different perspective of rather than the elite, but the citizens. It could be better because the collusion right now is for the elite, but not for the common mwananchi.
Thank you. Okay, there were 2 hands here.
You started it before I started speaking, but I don't think enshrining the coalitions in the constitution and coming up with coalition agreements is a key solution, especially when there's no political goodwill to implement it. I say this because we actually saw politicians, or rather our legislators, rush in the run-up to the 2022 elections to amend certain laws to allow coalition agreements and coalition parties registered by the Registrar of Political Parties, and that didn't really help. One of the things it was to cure was the distribution of political parties fund, and we have seen that there's a different angle to it. So I don't think that's a cure.
Okay, our young sister in the room.
Thank you. I'm Shali Bahati, the incoming school president, Bishop Linus Koch Girls National School, chairperson peer counseling, and the third best debater in the year 2025. One of the best ideas that I particularly agree with is when ODM joined UDA in order to form broad-based government. It was a sign of peace, because we know that when leaders who are not even agreeing with each other before now listen to each other and that can at least advise one another, leads to peace, right? But the issue is, when ODM joined this UDA as a party, it destabilized some people, because we all know that ODM was a party, according to Winnie Odinga, that was raised in protest. But here comes a case that now it totally agrees with anything. Even when the government is doing something wrong, we just sing praise and worship songs. The issue is, when we joined UDA, in order to form a broad-based government, we should at least advise the UDA, because they're the ones in government, and tell them that this is wrong and this is right, not to sing praise and worship songs each and everything they do. Thank you.
Right. Did you say incoming president of a high school or of Kenya? High school. Let's appreciate the lady. Oh, sorry, a national school, all right. Okay, thank you so much. I think I've also done a very good job. We now formed a coalition of the panelists and the participants. That is a coalition panel, right? Let's appreciate everyone who has raised at least or given the comments. So I want to pass this microphone to my panelists. In fact, all the questions I wanted to ask have already been raised. Please, your quick feedback on any of the comments as you give your parting shot. I'll start with the Prof. And Prof, I must promise after this I'll try attend your class. It seems like a very nice class.
Thank you for giving me the mic, but after what the President said, I have nothing to add. I think we should continue.
So I'll attempt to respond to the question about at what point do events become destabilizing rather than stabilizing, and I'll do a typical academic response first, which is to say, it's difficult to draw conclusions until we let time pass and we see how it actually works. So the EAC states are still very young states, and coalition politics and coalition governments are still relatively young. So on the one hand, I think time will help us know a little bit better what events are actually destabilizing. And just to say that the presence of opposition or the presence of agitation, right? So whether that's protests or demonstrations, whether that's people who are politically opposed to leadership in power, that in of itself is not destabilizing, okay? So inclusivity, one of the limitations of inclusivity is that at the point where it is now in EAC states, inclusivity seems to suggest that you should all be speaking the same voice, okay? That it's not healthy to have a democratic space where you have opposing views. So the events that are clearly destabilizing, if you have an attempt to have an unconstitutional change of government, if you have a leadership in place that's unable to listen and respond to the issues being raised by its citizenry, and unfortunately the responses that we have seen in recent protests in countries like Kenya and in Tanzania show that there's a lack of appropriate response, and that actually is a sign of political immaturity, okay, of the leadership in place. So I would say those two events are clear demonstrations of instability. Now, of course, someone on the other side will say coalition politics and coalition government has not been that destabilizing in Tanzania because Tanzania has had a very long period of being peaceful. So I think there are always arguments either way, but certainly if you see attempts to overthrow government outside of the law, or if you see kind of undemocratic behavior on the part of the state, then that is destabilizing. I'd also like to hear what Dr. Nicodemus says, because I think his specific context, but also more generally his research, I think can give us a clearer indicator of that.
Thank you very much, and I'll respond quickly to Muliro. You asked two questions. One is how do coalitions, can they be more inclusive? Is by incorporating both elite and of course the citizenry. I think that combination is very, very important because we, by combining both elite interests, which again sometimes could be representative of what people want, but also issues to do with the citizenry. But again, also making coalitions more inclusive is by addressing root causes of conflict or root causes or grievances. Sometimes we tend to shy away from historical questions, and every country has historical grievances, historical questions that they need to address. By incorporating all those things, you make coalitions more inclusive. On to the last question on at what point do this become destabilizing? I think at every political system has a maturity stage where you feel that has this coalition really achieved its intended purpose in the very first place? For example, in Kenya 2008, did it reach a point that we saw that yes, it addressed the root causes of maybe the 2007 election violence? Probably yes. Is it now a new time for us to rethink a new approach? And probably, and these things are conversational. They keep on recurring. And that is why Kenya, for example, had the discussion around BBI. I believe there's this discussion around the broad-based government at this point. Probably in the near future, there will also be another discussion. So these things keep on evolving, they keep on being discussed. But again, there are points in which truly that coalitions, governments unravel. And I'm afraid this happens especially when coalitions have not been able, or they have reached their maturity, and you keep on wanting this to prescribe the same solution. And it happens mostly during elections. We saw in 2015 in Zanzibar, for example, there was a coalition government, all right? But, they did not really meet their intended discussions and issues that were being discussed, and one of the coalition parties withdrew from the coalition agreement. And this again can probably happen even in Kenya. So if at all you cannot be able to really meet, or it has reached this political maturity stage, then it becomes a destabilizing factor.
All right, let's appreciate the amazing panel that we've had here. That is Professor Thomas from Kenyatta University. Let's appreciate him in a better way, tafadhali. We have Dr. Nicodemus from, Dr. Nicodemus is from the Institute for Security Studies based in Nairobi. A better round of applause. And Mukami from the Strathmore Law School. Let's appreciate her. and the most democratic moderator on the panel. Please, round of applause for all of us now as they take their seats. Please, you can go on and have your seats. Now, allow me welcome Robertson in another 5 minutes just to give us a summary of how this panel looked like or the conversation that is coming from this panel. Karibu sana, Robertson.
5 minutes is even a lot, Opondo. Yeah. Again, just appreciate them all and fantastic work. They have met our expectations of them. It was going to be a panel that takes an academic angle, and truly it was that. And as usual with academics and researchers, you know, there's debate and counter arguments, and we are grateful for that. Thank you for sharing your insights. We are educated in terms of even being able to understand the political metrics, how it's being altered or affected by coalition governments. A few things have come out. I have even noted that bit on roadblock economy, for example. You know, it's something that to look at, because this is kind of some of the things we want to highlight with this conversation as we understand coalition politics and government. Politics of collusion, not coalition, you know, again, a critique towards that. Importantly, to understand or factor in the political history of countries and how it necessitates coalition politics. For the example of Kenya, which begs the question, should we now see it as a real politic, that it's not something we are going to get to run away from? And then the indicators on stability, Mukami talked about aspect of regular elections, hand transfer of power. A participant raised the issue of coalition of people vis-a-vis coalition of political parties. One thing that has been coming out even from the earlier session is a bit of the elite pacts. Who are these elites? And they seem to really have a strong influence. And so how do we navigate that? Because it determines the long-term issue of coalitions. And Dr. Nicodemus talked about coalition maturity stage, a very important thing. So that's just a summary, but I'm sure you have been able to capture this in your own way. And before we transition to the next panel, which will be now softer in terms of practitioners / policy, there are 3 things I'd like you to take note of. That is dispute resolution. That's around coalition politics and government. Dispute resolution, policy integrity, and accountability to citizens, because these are some of the main things that are emerging. Dispute resolution, policy integrity, accountability to citizens, because afterwards we'll engage in a brief exercise that helps us to capture what your perception is, your thoughts, your input on those 3. So dispute resolution, like what bodies could help address that in the region. Policy integrity, because what is coming out with coalition politics and government, there's that dynamic of policy paralysis. So what's the most critical, important institutional safeguard that needs to be discussed? Then accountability to citizens, beyond politicians themselves, what mandatory mechanisms, quarterly public review, legislative committee oversight, civil society audit should be embedded in terms of approach to coalition politics. Having said that, I'd like now to invite Aduma Wilkister, founder of Run for Office. She's the one who will do the excellent job of moderating the next session. She's going to introduce herself and also introduce her panel. I would just like to pass the apology of one of the panelists that was supposed to join, that is Honorable John Kagushia. He called us to inform us that he has an engagement that was assigned to him in the important process that's going on in the country around the by-elections. And it was a critical assignment that is taking place today that he needs to oversee, and therefore he wasn't able to travel to Nairobi to be part of us, but he was really looking forward to that. So we won't have him, but we have the rest of the panelists who we shall have the chance to continue this conversation with. So Aduma, this is your chance. Mkaribisheni kwa makofi.
Thank you very much, Robertson. After the president introduced herself, I'm not sure whether the rest of us are worthy. But I'm going to try. So my name is Aduma Wilkista, founder for Run for Office. We help young people run for political office and also serve in public office. And we're very, very strong on young women. So if you're thinking about it, tuonane nyuma ya tent. A few words resonated with me in the panel, the discussion that just happened. Policy paralysis, elite pacts, renewed instability, no trickle-down effect, no democratic spirit, self-interest, elite consensus, exclusion, praise and worship, and it's our turn to eat. In many EAC states, coalition deals, like has been discussed here, are struck by elites behind closed doors. And we're talking about democracy and it being a government for the people, by the people, and of the people. And in Kenya right now, the popular Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, which right now I'm sure we can all recite by heart. When I was training young people, I used to call it the John 3:16 of the Constitution. For those who are not religious, if you ask anyone in the world what John 3:16 is, they will recite it by heart. And for Kenya, that has become what we have been chanting on the streets. And so that Article 1 talks about representative power and the power that we then give to leaders who make decisions on our behalf. And the last panel has painted a really good picture of what these coalitions look like. So in this next panel, we want to talk about this double-edged sword and how can citizens be protected from the consequences of elite bargains that override voter priorities. So to help me discuss this practical experiences of coalition, pros and cons, allow me to invite to the front, Mr. Franklin Mukwanja. A round of applause for him. Mr. Mukwanja is the Executive Director, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. Allow me to also invite Mr. Mwaura Kamwati. A round of applause for Mr. Mwaura. Mr. Mwaura is the CEO, Political Parties Disputes Tribunal. Oh yeah, you removed one chair. I thought there would be a ghost seated there. Allow me to pass this mic to you as we begin. So just to start off the conversation, I think from you, Franklin, and also from Mr. Kamwati, what is a successful coalition? Because the previous panel has painted a picture where it's almost trivial. There's almost no solution in sight for us when we're talking about coalition. So what is a successful coalition before we even go into the nitty-gritties of the practical experiences that both of you have had in these kind of processes?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate Hans Saido for the invitation. You've had my introduction. I serve at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. We are an organization for, of, and by political parties. Our core work is being a multi-party dialogue platform and strengthening the political parties as public institutions. I think you begin with a very interesting question, Wilkista. And first, before I respond, I would say that coalitions are here to stay. There are concerns, there are legitimate reasons to be concerned, though. And therefore, that takes us into the pros and cons of these coalitions. But to assess the success of a coalition, I would want to use the example of the 2010 Constitution. We had a 2-decade challenge of building consensus. Consensus which is not just elite-centered. And it's important to put context to this. Who are these elites, especially when it comes to the Kenyan context? There's a very thin line between the owners of capital and the controllers of levels of political power in Kenya. And those are the elites that we are talking about, in at least the area that I function in. And this elite settlement, therefore, to me, implies that these are the people that have both the political and economic might to determine whether there is peace or lack of it, informed by their own interests. And therefore, how these interests are settled determines whether Kenya or even Uganda remains peaceful or not. Why I say so is the success of a coalition then is beyond mere elite settlement. Because if you look at the progress that Kenya made in terms of delivering the 2010 Constitution, it is, I would want to hear anyone challenge me on that. And I'm happy to take on them, whether we would have actually achieved the Constitution of 2010 without a coalition arrangement. Not just a coalition arrangement of the elite, but also acutely, proactively involving and engaging the ordinary folks, civic actors, faith-based organizations, the academia, and the young people. And that is what a success of a coalition looks like. When you have coherent policy, Kenya, and that's the second example, Kenya's best, and Prof was asking which growth, and I partially agree with him, because when you have this elite settlement with the owners of capital and the controllers of levels of power being at the core, that there can actually be growth, but it's not inclusive. No one is gaining from it. I mean, His Excellency, the President, was out just the other day saying about I'm a dairy farmer, speaking about billions of liters of milk that we're producing, but have not been paid for the last 6 months by the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries. But in the state of the nation, milk production has gone up. My pockets are empty. I am the farmer. So the economy is not inclusive. Why am I saying that? It's a second key indicator that I can use. If you look at Kenya's economic management, at least in the first half of Mwai Kibaki, just before hell broke loose in 2005 at the first referendum, which again failed because of a failed coalition arrangement, you would say that Kenya's economy was both growing and inclusive at a time when a functional coalition was in place. So to me, those are clear indicators of what, this policy coherence and this progress, because the political elites and the ordinary folks can actually read from the same page. There are actually moments of leaps forward, like 20 years plus of seeking constitutional change. Lives lost, many maimed, the country almost being divided. Then you have, voila, a moment where you can be able to have a new constitution. And today, we may be not progressing as fast as we could, but with the new constitution 2010, we are actually facing in the right direction. It is difficult today. I hear people saying, and some elite businessman has been around saying someone deserves 20 years because of their ability to create jobs. I mean, even if you create jobs, include yourself in them, be president and something else, it is impossible to tell Kenyans, for instance, that you will remove term limits. All right? There are non-negotiables that we have. And those are things that I would really pride in as a political operative, as a democracy development worker, that coalitions are important, coalitions are here to stay, but they are legitimate reasons to be concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And over to you, Mr. Kamati. I'm sure the PPDT is a very strategic place to be when talking about coalitions, so also to hear from you on the same.
Okay, thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel. As you have heard, I'm Wawora Kamwati, Secretary to the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Maybe I can give a very short background. PPDT, in short, is mandated to hear disputes, and it draws its mandate from the Political Parties Act 2011, revised 2022, and it hears disputes arising from political parties, specifically dispute between a member of a political party and a political party, differences between political parties. We also have disputes between coalitions. Therefore, there is that grounding that coalitions do have that aspect of. There is also dispute arising from independent candidates and a political party. Sometimes they do come. And also, it's an apparent in terms of hearing any aggrieved party from the decisions of the registrar of political parties. It usually has 7 members, a chair, and 6 members, whose mandate is 6 years, and the chair has to be a person qualified to be a judge of the High Court. And the decisions can be appealed. Or rather, it's acts at the level of magistrate courts, so its decisions are actually appealed at High Court. Now, coming to coalitions, as an arbiter, the fact that there is that aspect of settling dispute, it shows that there is some internal conflict. And so far as a coalition can bring a dispute, it may not be a sign that maybe it's broken, but it is that they are following maybe a democratic aspect. One aspect maybe we should maybe very carefully look at is that for any matter to be brought to the tribunal, there has to be an attempt to arbitrate it within the party itself. That is what we call internal dispute resolution mechanism, IDRM. And it's the same with the coalition partners. And in that case, a coalition partner must use the agreement as the basis. In the agreement, in that partnership, they must state how disputes within that coalition will be solved. And it is therefore imperative that anybody with a dispute within the coalition can therefore use that. Maybe as we progress, I will give maybe a breakdown of what cases have ever come to the tribunal regarding the coalitions. But as at now, I would say any successful coalition is that which is able to resolve disputes, and if they escalate, it's able to use the mechanism that is provided within the law to solve its issues. For now, I think I will stop there.
Thank you very much. Franklin, back to you. You spoke about the 2010 Constitution and the process that led up to that, and clearly painting the picture where coalitions are very necessary in our democracy. In your work at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, supporting political parties across the country, what have you observed as the most critical factor that can determine whether a coalition becomes a stabilizing force or a source of dysfunction? The previous panel has spoken about, how it's almost, coalitions are almost moving us to a dysfunction where countries are not stable in the EAC. And we have even had arguments on, some of them are formed before the electoral period, just waiting and waiting for this almost money-making opportunity before the elections, and they go on to carry on what they want to form themselves to do. But I believe that somewhere in that confusion, there are a few genuine people who want to serve common good for the democracy. And so, in your view, what are some of these things?
Let me highlight 2 or 3 things. One is about social contract. And number 2, it's about values and interests, both internal and external. And number 3 is the political system that we designed and bestowed ourselves in 2010. I'll begin with the social contract. I fundamentally believe there is a misnomer in the social contract in many African democracies. Does Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan have the moral, political, and legal legitimacy to govern our brothers and sisters in Tanzania? And therefore, does any coalition that she negotiates to either stabilize or further destabilize Tanzania of any democratic sense? Look at Uganda. Look at Rwanda, where someone else scores 97% in a democratic election. How many elections can you say our motherland, Kenya, has had that you can actually look through and say, yes, here we have a social contract between the leaders and the led via an election? Our election is patriarchal. Our election is based on a social welfare dispensation mode, where leaders are chosen on the basis of either their social status in terms of wealth or their generosity. And therefore, there is no policy discourse between those seeking to govern and those to be governed. And therefore, the product of this incest cannot be a legitimate child. The second point I want to make about This is our political system, and particularly both the electoral system design and the governance system. We are a presidential majority-minority system. The pure character of this system is that it is dominating in nature. And therefore, I feel like hiding under the table when I hear a Kenyan say, or even members of parliament, saying that I am a government member of parliament. I am in government. Or I'm an opposition member of parliament. All right? When it should be quite clear that in such a setup, the role of a legislator is to oversight the executive. So you cannot go to parliament and start telling us that you are a member of the government. We sent you there to oversight the executive. And therefore, all these things convolute the success or failure of our electoral system, of the coalitions. When you go to the other side of the first past the post, and we have some doses here of proportional representation, you begin to see that unless we have a robust conversation about our choice of electoral system design, the issues of fair representation, the issues of inclusion, the issues of even the strength of political parties, because you cannot have coalitions without strong political party institutions. You'll just go back to ethnic kingpins, elites, settling their interests and not discussing real institutional issues. And therefore, there's something in there that we need to look at. Is first past the post an appropriate electoral system design for us? Will it mature our political parties? Will it guarantee gender equality and social inclusion? Will it guarantee fair representation in the long run? The last point I want to make is about the values and interests. And this is both locally and geopolitically. My sister Mukami was looking, her paper looks at the region. And it talks about conflicts. If you look at, and I played some role in 2007 as a fresh graduate in those corridors, looking at the back end of Kofi Annan's work, all the way to 2017 again, finding me in CMD. And I can tell you these handshakes are not necessarily local handshakes. The interests in the north, in the south, not necessarily in the south, in the north, in the west, and in the east, determine the behavior of our politicians. When the US sniffs, Kenyan politicians catch a cold. For those of you who may not know, that in 2007, Raila had become stubborn. The Americans simply brought in Kikwete, who actually forced Raila's hand. All right? Was it an honest conversation and why is the US doing that? It's not based on their values largely. It's about their interests. It's about the geopolitical interests they have about Kenya. If you look at the Great Lakes region and the conflicts that we have, it's about our brothers here requiring resources in Congo. Right? And those interests compared to China, who are coming in compromising the values that the European Union, for instance, stands dearly for, will begin also to balance. Do we push these African demagogues to human rights issues, to fundamental freedoms, and all these things, or do we also compromise to a level like China? All right? And all this convolutes our conversation. Then locally, you can clearly see that when the cake has been shared, the proximity to that cake matters. And therefore, the rest get breadcrumbs, but it is the immediate family members, you know, the tail waggers, that get something. All right? So, all these issues, in my view, need to be broadly looked at. Do we really have a proper social contract? Or do we have a misnomer in our social contract? It is not possible to convince me that Samia Suluhu, and one of the reasons why our civil society brothers on the other side are not supportive, in as much as we are encouraging them, that take opportunity of this window when Mama has gotten her second term so that you can be able to push some reforms. She's a liability to everyone. That no one wants to sit across the table to negotiate, right? Because it is just trouble that you lose legitimacy. You lack the moral, legal, and even political legitimacy to canvass anything with such individuals, all right? And these are the issues. The values and interests externally and internally. The choices we have made, and Kenyans have to a very good level not understood the system that we gave ourselves, including the Speaker of the National Assembly. I don't think my elder, Wetangula, and someone tell him, he's my good friend, understands the role of the Speaker of the National Assembly, because he's all over doing things that are entirely wrong, all right? We have lost this country to a good extent because we have lost the National Assembly, including just some MP calling himself as a government MP. From where? Who's your mother?
Robertson, you know you had said this is a soft panel, but my panelists are throwing punchy subliminals. I don't know how I'll catch them, but it's prompting me to bring the conversation to the audience right after Mr. Kamwati also speaks. So can they prep your question? I'll take 3, they'll respond, and then I'll take some more. Mr. Kamwati, from your vantage point at the PPDT, and you've spoken about, you know, being able to share some experiences, well, the ones that you're able to share that are not in court, so that we can also, you know, sort of get a look and feel of what that process looks like for PPDT and for someone like you who sits in that space. So what type of disputes commonly arise within these coalitions, and what do these conflicts reveal about the underlying fragilities of coalition agreements?
Okay, thanks for that question. This is very easy. In pre-election disputes in 2022, the matters that came before the tribunal, there were 514. And out of those, only 4 touched on coalition matters. I will give you the gist of each case, not in terms of how they are, but I will describe what they are all about, and I will leave you to draw the conclusions. The 3 cases, among the 4, 3 cases touched on members, ordinary members of a certain party within a coalition coming to seek maybe justice in trying to get that party out of the coalition. 3 of them. In each case, the plea was there was no consultation. Therefore, as a member, I feel I represent a majority who actually didn't ask to be within that coalition. So those are the three, they are there. The fourth one was still a party member seeking to have the IDRM. I have given the internal dispute resolution mechanism, which is a precondition for filing cases. In that case, the member felt that the coalition agreement that laid down what internal dispute mechanism to be used was not representative, and therefore there were two members were filled of the opinion that they should be allowed to use their own party, IDRM, to get out of a coalition. So, in a way, all the four were about the members feeling that their party should not be a part of a certain coalition. As I have said, I will leave the interpretation to you, because as an arbiter, you don't interpret, you just hear the matter, facts as they are. So I will stop there, maybe.
Okay, thank you. I want to pick 3 quick questions just on the opening of Mr. Franklin and Mr. Kamwati. 3 quick questions. So I have 1, 2, 3. Great. 1, and then where's the other hand? 2, and then the lady in a hijab.
Okay, my first question, number 1.
Also,
yes.
Directed to a panelist.
Yes.
All right.
My brother, you talk about the coalition and you part and parcel for the whatever coalition in political parties. My question is, it is in order the political party sign the coalition before election or after election? B, if they sign after election and already each political party have the manifesto, that is convince the people to vote for them, how you people address? Number 2, you talk about the coalition maybe bring peace. Yes, but you people, can you you people, you apply the Article 4 of the Constitution, sub-Article 2. That is very clear. The Kenya will be the democratic, political party democratic. The last question.
Allow them to take those. Can they allow them to take
yes, the last question. If the whole party come up for the dialogue and say you want to come up with one coalition in Kenya, are you apply the Constitution of Kenya? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. Candy, let's ask one question so that it can flow a lot faster, and also in the spirit of democracy and inclusion, so that other people also have the opportunity to ask theirs. Asante.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the panelists for the presentation. I'll be a bit faster, even though it's maybe 2 questions. So my questions go all the way to you, Franklin. You've made very strong statements. So the first one, the social contract misnomer, and you're making the argument that that coalition, because the person negotiating for the coalition lacks legitimacy, therefore the coalition might fail. What if the intention of the coalition is to establish legitimacy? How does that play out? Secondly, you've also said that for the process of a coalition to be established, there has to be a political party that is mature. You've heard what Winnie Odinga has said, that the argument of the coalition, if there is any, within the broad-based government was the responsibility of Baba, God rest his soul. So are you making the case that ODM is not mature enough because it was an individual negotiating the coalition and not the party ODM? Finally, please. Wetangula, and that is a very strong statement. Wetangula came into government because of a coalition. And so he is in between a situation of where he has to behave as either the speaker or a party to the coalition. So the question then is, when do we negotiate and make an argument to behave as a speaker and not a party to a coalition? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You cheated me into 2, and then you did 3. I see you. I will call you all out in the spirit of accountability.
Thank you. My name is Ebise Wako from Marsabit County, an MCA. My question is, in the move from being destabilized to stable, we are moving from survival to progress to thriving. In that aspect, where would you place Kenya? Are we progressing? Are we just surviving, as in moving from this coalition to the other, dropping it and moving to the next? Or do you think we are progressing, we are moving somewhere? The next question, that's the last one, yeah? What are some of the best practices that you know of that maybe Kenya can adopt so that we can move from the current state to a coalition that is based on ideas? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, okay, Franklin has a mic, so you can go ahead.
You know, my brother, I still need a salary at the end of the month. And for the Kenya is one of my member parties. But I do rather earn a genuine living than pretend to be nice and not speak truth to what I think it is. To begin with the best practices, I think for me, looking at the Nordic region, it could offer us some very good signals of what coalition politics look like. I'll give an example of Denmark. You have scenarios where political parties agree that this is what we went to ask the voters for the support. And we've gotten 30 MPs. You need 70 MPs to govern. You have only 50. So we will be occasionally loaning you these members of parliament of ours to prosecute matters that are of common interest. You want to campaign on issues of health, we fundamentally agree. On issues of housing, we fundamentally agree. But on the issue of climate change, we disagree. And therefore, we will not even take cabinet slots in your government so that they allow the independence of our members to disagree and debate independently, all right, when these issues come on the floor. But on the issues that we agree on health, on housing, we are happy to negotiate, compromise, and be bipartisan. All right? Down here in South Africa, DA and ANC are actually attempting to do something. And you can see clearly that they are very based on very specific policy positions that they would want to pursue, not about the health of their bellies. And there are many best practices that we can look at. On the question of coalitions, do we need pre, post, or whatever? My good brother, the head of legal at the Register of Political Parties, Wakili Wafula Akoko, will tell you that this has really evolved. And I think you can sit at the same table with him over lunch for this. He can explain better. The law allows both pre and post coalitions. including a new animal that myself and Wakili always disagree about, that was introduced in the previous, towards the last general election, called coalition political party. That political parties can be corporate members of another political party. For example, Azimio is a coalition political party, and ODM is in there, Wiper is in there, and all these other political parties. My personal view is that coalitions that are negotiated in the post-election tend to be more principled and looking into very critical ways of achieving something. But the post-election one, ni kujaza kikapu, is looking for a number of votes to cross the line. And once you're on the other side, the mishandling and the mistreatment and shortchanging begins. But when you're really negotiating because you want to do something, I think, personally, out of experience, I prefer post-election. They tend to be more principled, they tend to be more deliberate, more intentional. On the issue of multi-party democratic state, I think for a long time, Kenya has been ideally, and the wording, you try to capture that, Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state. Ideally, yes. In reality, we are a two-party system. But I also see that with the happenings of 2024 and this year, and the exit, someone asked what are the consequences of Baba's exit. One of the consequences is that there are now fewer political titans that can actually mobilize to the level of Raila Odinga and have a party that can get over 100 MPs. And therefore, begin mimicking two-party system. I see a lot of small parties forming up parliament in the next election cycle because of the political awareness, because of the level of assessment that young people are particularly going to vote, and because of the way this current regime has captured the National Assembly in particular. People want to see more independent-minded leaders becoming elected as the legislators. So that we may go back to that actual multi-party democratic state, but really in reality we have been two-party system. Social contract misnomer, if you're establishing a coalition to establish legitimacy, yes and no. Yes, because if one of you has legitimacy, like in 2007, you could clearly see that the elections had been mishandled. PNU was nowhere near a match for the ODM and their coalition in terms of getting the number of legislators. And therefore, that was negotiated in a way, in as much as it had external interests, you could say that that coalition lent legitimacy. And that is why you can see that several things were delivered. We had a new constitution, we adequately looked into the challenges of the 2007 elections, and put in place very serious electoral reforms that have really pulled us forward. We had settlement of IDPs, you know, some of the victims compensated, some of the perpetrators, you know, brought to account, including some going to the International Criminal Court and defending themselves at that level. So yes and no. But the challenge that we have is when you have relatives making love, that is an incest, because no one agrees with that relationship. And that's the problem. We must fix that so that we can have more legitimate coalitions. ODM as an example, again, putting me in trouble. But I think there are ways that ODM has tried, and Winnie is mourning the father. We must allow her to mourn in her own way. But I think even the father was quite clear that party positions are expressed by the Secretary General, who is the spokesperson. Secretary General keeps on saying there is a written agreement. For heaven's sake, ODM and UDA and Kenya Kwanza have a 10-point agenda, including a committee that I'll personally be speaking to and facilitating on 1st to 3rd to actually look into the progress of that. After that, the president is expected to have a parliamentary committee, committee meeting with the two parties and assess the progress. Speaker Wetangula, finally, the role of a speaker is to be in a neutral umpire. And if you want an example, Kenneth Marende was elected by a strong political party. But when it came to delivering rulings, he delivered rulings as the speaker. What has Gotu Wetangula to do with empowerment meetings that are organized by the president's private secretary? Is that being a neutral umpire? And you don't want me to say that? Thank you. Are we surviving, progressing, or thriving? I would say that I said coalitions are here to stay, but there are legitimate reasons to be concerned, right? Because we can see that elite settlement is being enabled within that. We can see that very ideological parties that are attempting to be ideological and come and identify with the clear issues are actually settled, are actually co-opted and killed in those arrangements, right? And they disappear from the scene. And I do not want, I have a big membership, I do not want to be told I am preferring this over that. But I have seen that very well-meaning politicians, very well-meaning political parties that are coming, they are small, but with the potential for growth and development with clear ideological cleavages are actually being seduced and co-opted and disappear in this arrangement. So I would say that it's an area that we must continue developing, because marshalling 50% plus one, getting that 25% across the counties requires a political shrewdness of negotiating, of compromising. But I insist, there are no gray areas, many gray areas in politics. Politics should be a game of black and white, so that compromise and negotiation is actually possible. The people that are pushing us in gray areas is because they do not want to be seen to have clearer positions on very significant issues in society. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kamwati?
Okay, thanks. I can see most of the questions were really directed to Frank, but I would like to give a thread and possibly have you draw some conclusion from the same. You have asked whether there is progression. In this case, I will not just say in terms of coalitions only, but you find that the case road, as I have said, political parties dispute tribunal came into being under the new constitution, and the first cycle of election was 2013. And in that case, there were only 33 cases that came to the tribunal. Then 2017 cycle, we had 540 cases. And in 2017 and 2022, we had 314. In this case, I think there is a growing awareness among the members of parties about maybe resolving the disputes. But on the other hand, is an increase in number of cases an indication of a failing situation. Of the 314 cases that were had in 2022, 35% were from one party. What would you indicate, or rather would you maybe draw? What conclusion can you draw? I don't want to name the party, but you can. We have a case yourself. Go and assess. But in terms of progression, I think members of political parties are becoming quite aware, and also the court process, a tribunal, the process of filing a case is quite easy, and therefore members with proper awareness are able to actually bring up issues they feel. And also, is it that now we have more members being aware of their rights within parties? So all those issues come up, but as an arbiter, I don't want to draw any conclusion on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I hear you there trying to really not incriminate yourself. So as you said, draw your conclusions. Before I bring back the mic, I am pleading with all of you to take 20 seconds each. One question, solidify it. I'm actually giving you a minute to think about it as I ask this question to the panelists. So Sankara, solidify it. Bolo, solidify. I can see a hand there. So I only have 3 hands as at now. Any other? So I'll take one final round of questions, and then I'll allow the panelists to conclude. Wider representation versus tokenism. And this one I know Mr. Kamwati, as arbiter, you can speak to without incriminating yourself. The previous panel spoke widely about, coalitions being, vehicles so much for tokenism and not for wider representation of the population as we know it. And I think examples can be cited from different countries across the East African community. And I want to ask you, as an arbiter, when you sit in on these coalition issues, are you able to read between the lines to see where we're talking about tokenism and where we're talking about wider representation, and how can we perhaps push coalitions to be more inclined towards representation and not tokenism?
Okay, thanks for the question. It still puts me to in a situation where I may say something, but what there is, as you have heard from the panelists, it's obvious that parties have their owners, isn't it? And it means people who queries within those parties tend to be very distant from the core power. It's just mobilization within the electoral cycle, and then the whole thing dies down. Maybe if we were even to sample here, how many of you belong to a political party, and how engaged are you in terms of day-to-day affairs of the party, or it becomes some issue to maybe less of it only when there are elections. So, as I would say, the observation is there is need to be more representation, and also there is need for people to have that awareness. I think, to me, people tend not to have any idea what is going on. They just follow, and that way there is more need maybe for political parties to be more representative, and also the institutions that are mandated, like the OLPP, also to sensitize people. The same case with the PPDT, we do sensitize in forums and the political parties, liaison committee. We sensitize members, but also if you attend a meeting of a political party, who comes? leave the crowd who cheer during elections. Those ones you will never see them in decision making, but therefore there is need for more representation and sensitization of members, and that way I think there will be more value and strong parties to ensure that democracy takes deeper roots. That's my take.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kamati. Franklin, you mentioned policy reforms when you're talking about, when you're making your last submission. And I want to ask you about policy moderation versus policy paralysis, where are the coalitions stalling policy or are they moderating policy? So as you take that question, just going to go around with the mic so they can ask their questions. Yeah, can take it.
I think depending on the roots of the coalition, you'd say that the NAC coalition, there was policy moderation at the beginning. Because as I said, I am a believer that in politics, there are fewer and fewer gray areas. And you need more of the black and white so that the compromise and negotiation can actually happen. And that I think the NAC coalition was something that that obtained. But then you would say that in the second phase of the PNU-ODM coalition, there was actually a policy obstruction. Yesterday, I was in a place where I had the privilege of engaging former ethics and anti-corruption czar. John Gidongo was a PS at State House in charge of ethics in that Kibaki era leadership. And Mama Ida was first the spouse of a minister. Raila Odinga was Minister for Public Works, then became
You
Prime
almost had us there, by the way.
Yeah. And their conversation was very interesting. That in the second term of Mwai Kibaki, Raila as Prime Minister, some ministers would wait for Raila Odinga to be out of the country so that they could have cabinet committee meetings, just to make sure that the ODM end of discussions are not brought on board when the Prime Minister was actually the chair of cabinet subcommittees. That tells you that politicians will go out of their way to put those roadblocks, you know, and just making sure that there's obstruction, not for anything, but just to make sure that you know you're not, your ideas are not sailing through. And therefore, as a politician, you survive on this interface with the public and saying what your ideas are brought about, the changes that are brought about, those things are slowed down. And many, many, many things didn't happen in the coalition arrangement other than the 2010 constitution. Including the 2010 constitution, there were two schools of thought. There were those ones that wanted a presidential system. There are those ones that wanted a parliamentary system. Those that have looked at the Kenyan fabric will tell you which one would serve this country better. There are those ones who wanted a centrist system, and there are those ones that wanted a devolved system. But then there was a give and take. The Raila side opted to lose the parliamentary system and win on the devolved system, while the Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto and Mwai Kibaki side won on the presidential side and lost on the centrist. So it's a matter of give and take. But it happens well when we are firmly in the black and white boxes, so that you know what you are negotiating and what you're compromising about. When you have laissez-faire people, you can't place Sindege Simunyama, it's very difficult to cut, to really make progress.
Okay, taking your questions and quick comments. So 1, 2, there's a lady, 3, and then I'll take more. Make it 30 seconds so everyone can speak.
Okay, I want to piggyback on the question on Wetangula in the comment. The law is very clear on appointed state officers maintaining political neutrality. But this is not happening, and it's not just with the speaker. We see this with the ministers, including the ones who currently went to have a full-blown campaign in party colors. We've seen that with heads of parastatals. We saw that with the former CAS without portfolio. So my question then is, because there's clearly no will to enforce this law, there's no political goodwill to enforce it, is it that we don't have institutions to do this, or are those institutions lacking the capacity or the strength to do so? So how do we then enforce that particular constitutional requirement for a neutral public service? Or is it one of the cases where you cannot police morals? Yeah.
Thank you. That's a bad example for 30 seconds. Don't copy that.
Thank you. My question goes to the CEO of PPDT, Mr. Mwaura. Are you really independent? Because the laws of the land put a clear emphasis on impartiality of your organizations, both electoral laws and even the legal laws. So I don't know, how independent are you? Because in most cases, we all know, even you know, as you said there, blames have been placed on you that you act on orders from above. Clear your name.
Thank you very much. As you wish to clear your name, there's a lady behind. Yes. There.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Virginia Kibunja from FIDA Kenya. For me, allow me to ask to Frank, I know in 2022 you conducted an audit on the participation of SIGs, women, youth, persons with disabilities. In a lot of these conversations about coalitions, women are not the front runners. At least in 2022, we had Martha Karua coming in as a strong influence. So for me, my question is, when you're looking at the coalitions, how do we ensure that women, as you've mentioned it, being a shrewd negotiator, how do we ensure that women are still represented? Because again, under political parties, there are still a lot of barriers that affect their participation. So from your experience, what would you suggest as the best strategy for us moving forward? Thank you.
All right, thank you. If this mic goes, it won't come back. Please commit to 20 seconds. If you don't, just tell someone there, nyonga mic, and they will nyonga mic. So 30 seconds. Can I see the hands that are remaining? 1, 2, 3. 30 seconds, please. Tuheshimiane.
So mine is just a comment. We also have to realize that in all this, the political elite are still a reflection of the common mwananchi. And so even in discussing all this, we have to realize that the solutions lie in changing the way the common mwananchi thinks, because when they change, they will stop taking bribes, then there is no corruption. Then definitely the elites do not have that power because no one is entertaining them.
Thank you so much. The gentleman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the discussion. It's going well. My name is William. As Mr. Franklin is talking about the coalition are here to stay. That's good. We have seen a good result from coalitions.
That's 20 seconds.
Yes. But there is a serious issues about accountability. We have seen the debts. We have seen from the previous governments, debt rising without knowing how. No one can explain how. So those are serious issues. And finally, what is the future of the political parties? Will we have solid national political parties if every time is about forming coalitions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final speaker.
In the spirit of multipartism, Franklin, we have experienced in 2022 where we had that UDA wave, especially in the central region. I do not know what is your take on it, because I feel those waves have cost us a great deal of quality leaders, and I share with you in the disappointment that you have in the National Assembly, because I also do believe that is also the experience in the county assemblies. If you speak to a lot of members of county assembly who have been there before, they'll keep telling you that the previous assemblies were much better in quality as opposed to the current, and they feel that in the future it will just get worse as a result of political waves. What do you think that can be a solution to that?
Okay, thank you very much. My panelists, over to you. I think do your best to answer it in the shortest possible time because we're standing between lunch and humans.
Okay, thanks for the question. I think I have one, and that's where the question is, are we dependent? The mandate of PPDT, in short, is very clear in the law, and all matters are executed within that law. There is an apparent mechanism, and if I use the case of the 2022 electoral cycle, out of the 314 cases that were filed, only 6 were appealed at High Court, and 5 were dismissed, and the High Court concurred with the decisions of PPDT. 1 went to appeal, and also concurred with the decision of PPDT. We are a tribunal that adjudicates political issues or other, and we all are aware of how emotive politics are with elections, and therefore any person who fails maybe would want to blame the arbiter. And also there is a judiciary ombudsman. If you are aggrieved, you feel there is a matter, one member maybe was biased, or you know of any issue regarding a member, there is always that forum where you can give your facts, and of course they will be addressed. And also if you look at the Political Parties Act, there is a section where it addresses the removal of members of PPDT. So should there be a case, comparing case, I think there are all the mechanism, but as I can assure you that PPDT executes its mandate as per law. Thanks for that.
Name cleared, eh? Stamped, clean bill of health. All right, Franklin.
Yeah, sorry to my good friend Ruth Bolo. I was distracted by a text message from some quarters. Is this thing online? From someone who's... so I was distracted by that. So you'll repeat the question. I'll be happy to answer. Now, the issue of the future of political parties and the political waves, I'll try to combine that and interweave my answer. If you look at this country's history in 4 phases, the colonial period and how the ethnic groups played a role, you know, the Kavirondos, the Kikuyu Association played a role in the political emancipation. And then look at this, how they morph into some political ideologies. And at that point, I am happy to say that probably political parties were actually ideological, because you can see clearly the social democratic ideals in both Kenyatta and Jaramogi, with the only difference being that Kenyatta was a centralist, maintained things at the helm, at the top, and Jaramogi was into Majimboism, and Kanu was centrist and Kadu was Majimboism, and of course Jaramogi and Kenyatta had their own differences. But we lose that game along the way. And in 1992, when we reintroduced multipartism, I think we have a miscarriage of the way we want to do things. And I want to encourage us that we should not again lose the opportunity that the 2010 Constitution gives us, all right? The right to participate, the amounts of fundamental freedoms and rights that we have enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Those are the ingredients that help a society to build and mature. But we must also be very cautious when we compare ourselves, and I'm always a suspect in that, comparing ourselves to democracies that are 250 years mature. If you look at the history of Germany, look at the history of many European countries, they have had their own struggles. We basically toddlers in this game, and we must learn to steady and build forward. And therefore, take the lessons. We must not go the longer route they went through. Take the positive lessons, learn from them, and build forward. What I'm wondering is whether actually this generation that is now growing under this new dispensation are only capable of noticing the wrong things and attempting to disrupt those wrong things, or actually they have the capacity and the capability to design the new leadership that they want. And that is where the investment needs to go. Not just about encouraging young people to be disruptive or noticing the wrong things, but how are they themselves? And that is the change you're seeking for in the waves, all right? How are these young people designers of the things and the new way of leadership that they want? Because we have a very poor political culture as a country. If you look at the previous years, who are the elected leaders? You know, local cooperative leaders. You know, high school teachers, local market leaders, people with a proven track record of doing things in the community. Today, you hear about these people that brandish business cards called Nairobi businessman, with a flashy life, yeah, with a 1, 2, 3, 4 life, 1 wives, 2 children, a 3-bedroom apartment, and a mini 4x4. Where they got all these things, including 1 wives, you have no idea. But those are the people that we are making leaders. If you want to know this country's problem, over lunchtime, there are very nice mirrors in the toilets. Go stand in front of that mirror. You will see that problem in that mirror.
Someone is about to pierce me with their eyes.
On the issue of inclusion, again, I am a very fundamental believer, Virginia, that we got it wrong on the choice of our electoral system. I went around this country for all the 47 counties, looking into the way to actualize the not more than 2/3 gender principle. And then we had even your colleague, the ED of FIDA, with us. And I do not see it possible achieving gender equality and social inclusion with the first past the post as our electoral system design. It is highly patriarchal, highly domineering, highly money centered, yeah, patronage. And who are the people that have money? It's not me. I am only becoming a silver folk. The people with money are the old wazes that their money has grown gray beards. It's old money. Those are the people calling shots. They don't have room on the table for a young woman like her. She wants to be at home before midnight because she respects herself. All right? But these old men want her after midnight for their own reasons. All right? So we must have this conversation in the right way. We made the wrong decision on the electoral system design. We must revisit that. There is no country that is highly patriarchal, highly ethnic like the way we are, that has chosen the first past the post and achieved fair representation and achieved gender equality and social inclusion. We are asking a fish to climb a tree. it will not be possible. So that would be my submission. And the question of accountability, I think it's all of us. Go in the mirror, look into it. Therein lies the Kenyan problem. Solve it. When you solve that problem, collectively, this country will be fixed. Bolo, your question.
My question was, the law is very clear on appointed state officers maintaining political neutrality. But it's not just with the speaker. We've seen that even with the former CS, with in charge of specific docket. We've seen that with the head of parastatals. We saw that even with the recent appointed ministers who went in full-blown party colors with a full-blown political party journey. So whereas yes, there is no political will to enforce that particular law, is it also possible to say that the capacity of there are no institutions to enforce it, or is it that they don't have those capacities? And how do we then enforce constitutional requirements for those in public service to maintain neutrality?
Yeah. I would ask my brother Wafula to, because I am sure that there is some court ruling around whether CSS and such officers can campaign and such. I think we need to be clear, because this is a very sensitive matter that I think the court has pronounced itself. And because I'm a consumer of your knowledge, please also extend that to the audience.
Thank you so much. In line with the Conflict of Interest Act, and even when you look at the Leadership and Integrity Act, the CECs at the county level and the CSs at the national level are not expected to have political neutrality. It's not there. But for the other public officers, when you look at the Political Parties Act, you are expected to be politically neutral. And then, so for the people we used to call ministers, now the CSSs at the national level and CECs at the county level, they're not expected in law to be politically neutral. That's why you see them campaigning.
So in short, Ray Omolo, the PS for Interior, should not be in Kasipul. But Opio and I, the CS, can be in Kasipul. That is the law.
Okay. I think the point of dialogue is to open up more things to have dialogue on and create consensus and understanding. I want to take this opportunity to thank my panelists, Mr. Mwaura Kamwati. A round of applause for Mr. Mwaura. I also want to thank Mr. Franklin Mukwanja. A round of applause for Mr. Franklin. A better round of applause for them for all the knowledge and information they've given you. I'm sure it has taken them a lifetime and a lot of experience to share that with you. A joint round of applause for the panel. And as they take their seats, I think our parting shot is, do not force a fish to climb a tree. Thank you very much. I'm Wilkista Aduma.
Of course, Wilkista wouldn't ask you to clap for her, but she has done such an excellent job. So let's all clap for Aduma for the excellent job in moderating that panel that was supposed to be soft, but ended up being quite tough. And again, thank you to the panelists, Mr. Franklin Mukwanja and Mr. Mwaura Kamwati. Mr. Mwaura for taking the hit and trying to walk the tightrope of maintaining neutrality given your office. You've done it very well. And Franklin for the blows. And I hope the text wasn't regarding your salary. I hope it is still there for the next period. So we have come to the conclusion of those two panel discussions that have really done a great job in just bringing out the core issues around coalition politics and government. And thank you to you participants for listening, for your contribution, which is we are continuing to capture. And in line with that, as I had said, I'd given you 3 points. One on dispute resolution, policy integrity, and accountability. After our lunch break, we are going to participate in a very short exercise. In the program, we had mentioned about that session around sort of like a plenary/workshop. So it's going to be very brief. It won't take long. It won't take more than 10, 15 minutes just to gather those comments and insights you have around those 3 core areas touching on coalition politics and government, and then capture that, and then we transition to the much anticipated youth session. So it won't be a long workshop. It will really be short so that we can transition to the youth session and see how that goes as well. So take note: dispute resolution, policy integrity, and accountability to citizens. And just synthesize what you've gathered for now for that particular session. Having said that, I'd like to thank everyone once again and all the panelists who've participated in this session, particularly noting also Professor Thomas, who really expressed his interest and has sat. I'm surprised you're still here with us because he was going to travel out. He was going to travel and he actually came with his suitcase. So thank you very much for that. So we break for lunch. I hope everyone has had their meal cards. And then we will be back here at, we start at 2:30 on the dot. We start the next session. So kindly make a point of being here. And if you had not registered, please, as you walk out, fill in the registration form so that we can account for that as well. So lunch is downstairs, 2nd floor. Yeah, so see you at 2:30, and thanks very much. Good afternoon. We are starting in the next 1 minute. So I welcome you to settle down so that we proceed in the interest of time. So in a minute, once it's 1:45, we just start. And so we start. So I'd like to request you to settle down. And as I have been mentioning, going by the discussions of the day since His Excellency Governor Anyang' Nyong'o's keynote address, the two panels, there are sort of three areas and a fourth one that are emerging. And as I had said, first one is on dispute resolution, then policy integrity, and thirdly, accountability to citizens. So in line with our program, where we wanted to have a plenary session and workshop, where we aim to highlight the key areas of contestation and consensus from the day, and gather your input to develop the key output as a tool for critical analysis and risk mitigation, or use by yourselves as actors and others who might be of this might be of interest. And so we are privileged to do that collectively because you are key people invested in this. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to go to menti.com. I said we are going to do this quickly. So a digital tool will aid us to do this. On your laptop, tablet, mobile phone, you can go to menti.com and then use the code projected there. Menti.com and menti.com, and then it will ask you to put in the code. The code is projected there. If it is not very legible, I can read it out. It is 34132703. 34132703. And so the first question, we'd like to get your input on what you think in the East African context, which or what single external impartial mechanism, because we're dealing with dispute resolution, is best suited to urgently mediate and enforce coalition agreements when internal disputes between parties arise. In the East African context, what single external impartial mechanism, such as a judicial body, if it's at the local level, is it like elders, council of elders, elites, which EAC organ, is best suited to urgently mediate and enforce coalition agreements when internal disputes between partners arise. So you can make your input in the next 2 minutes. Then we will move to the next question on policy integrity. Great, that's coming in. So we have 2 minutes for that. On what your insight is in the East African community context, what single external impartial mechanism, be it a judicial body, a domestic informal mechanism like elders, panel of eminent persons, as they call it, EAC organ, is best suited to urgently mediate and enforce coalition agreements when internal disputes between partner states arise. So we'd like to harvest your input on that. So we are in the second minute. I see PPDT, consortium of CSOs, IALA, none. Vurugu ziendelee. EAC Ad Hoc Tribunal, AU, Enrich Office of the Ombudsman, EAC Dispute Resolution Committee, eminent persons. Aha, great. So we are done with the 2 minutes. We can move to the next one. ORPP, PPBDT, yep. So the second one that we want to capture your insights on is on policy integrity. One challenge that emerged was the confusion, the pause, mara, new policies are coming into place. So to prevent policy paralysis and reversal, what is the most crucial institutional safeguard that should be legally defined within a coalition agreement to ensure continuity and prevent one partner from unilaterally derailing key national or regional policies? We won't vote. We will walk out of parliament and, a bill experiences paralysis. So in a coalition, in negotiating coalitions, what is the most crucial institutional safeguard that should be legally defined to ensure continuity and prevent one partner from unilaterally derailing key national or regional policies? Seeing that what was coming out is, coalition politics and government will continue. And when we find ourselves in that, it doesn't mean policies stop. So in the next 2 minutes, what is the most crucial institutional safeguard that should be legally defined within a coalition agreement to ensure continuity and prevent one partner from unilaterally derailing key national or regional policies? Is also a question, which ADR mechanism to be used in cases of conflict? Yeah. Penalties, on state officers intentionally derailing, a structured dispute resolution mechanism, joint decision-making framework, yeah. Have 20 seconds to go. Okay, so mandatory impact assessment, coalition agreements should have a special commission to track them, ensuring that they are majorly about national issues and power is shared justly. Two-thirds majority needs to be defined. Those are very important points. And so we move to the third one, and then you'll have one more to go. Yeah, so this one involves accountability to citizens, because we have seen the dominant aspect of the elites, these elites. So in terms of citizens, now, according to you, beyond the politicians themselves or the elites, what mandatory mechanisms such as, what mandatory mechanisms should be embedded in the coalition protocol to hold the government collectively accountable for its power sharing obligations. Beyond politicians themselves, what mandatory mechanism involving citizens should be embedded in the coalition protocol to hold government collectively accountable for its power sharing obligations? Basically to steer the so-called leaders as they negotiate, as they post coalition, to know that they are accountable to citizens. So according to you, so that now we achieve the element of triggering accountability and responsiveness to citizens, what do you think ought to be captured in a coalition agreement? And so we have 2 minutes going. Social audit done by public, audit by Citizens Commission, quarterly coalition performance review, virtual and physical platforms to access performance, public participation exercises, EACC on accountability, civil society. Made law that all public feedback loops between citizens and parties should be made public within every party. I'm actually even wondering, there's this conversation around public participation bill in Kenya. Should it feature some clause or input on coalitions in terms of how citizens should be involved? Can you lobby that the Political Parties Act also captures an element of this to promote accountability to citizens? And we have 8 seconds going. So thank you for that. And so the last one. Where we are asking what key verifiable actions should measure the pact's contribution to democratic growth and stability. When the last panel was going on, I thought, could it be that with the experimenting that is going on with coalitions, they are working, they are failing? Could it be that as this continues, it might help to institutionalize this trend and lead to some democratic growth? Is there some light at the end of the tunnel in some coalitions? So what are some of the indicators that can be used to measure contribution of coalitions to democratic growth? If, for example, Kenya has done it over and over, could it be that, maybe it can be a good approach to it? And what can be used to measure that? We had the example of the 2010 Constitution. So perhaps what can we pick from that and what can be borrowed and applied to present and future coalitions? So that's what we want to pick your insights on. And the 2 minutes starts now. This is the last question. We're just asking ourselves, assuming coalitions worked, what are those elements, that we can say Kenya has experimented with coalition politics and government, and it is working for our democracy. And it becomes even a case study that can be applied or borrowed by other regional East African countries, that we can send over, experts to Burundi, to Sudan, or they can come over to benchmark. So if they were to come, what is it that you think could lead to that? Because we speak about democratic transitions, it's not static. It keeps evolving. And coalition politics and government can still be made to work if actors, elites, citizens are committed to it, and institutions. Public participation, surveys, delivery on promises, identify economic stability and social protection indicators, number of sponsored bills, legislative provisions, policies that either promote democracy or curtail it. So that means actors like yourselves can come up with projects and initiatives to measure some of these things. SIG's inclusion. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. We are done with that section. That we aim to gather your inputs. That if we say out of this, we can develop some kind of a non-binding protocol, but something that you and other actors can use, and this will help us to broaden on that. I see even gender-responsive laws. Again, I'm going to the point of special interest groups. So thank you for that. I promised that we will keep it short, so that now we can transition to the next session, which is the youth session. And it's going to have 3 elements to it: presentation of a storyboard, a panel, and lastly, co-creation of the future scene. And so to take us through that, I'd like to invite Mohamed Almas, who will introduce himself, and the other panelists and presenters who will be involved in this session. And this is courtesy of our collaboration with the Youth Senate, particularly on this element, so that we are able to narrow the focus to, because we've had all along, especially the aspect of elites. And one of the casualties is always the young people, because of what was mentioned: resource, money, influence. And so if you don't have it, especially women and youth, then you are left out of this pact making. So we want to hear the voices of the young people, and this is their session. And also it will involve part of it. I know you've not heard much about, digital activism throughout, but now at least we get to see its place within this. And I'd like to, Mohamed, you'll also introduce what Jackie from Think Illustrates will be doing. Yeah, so karibu sana, let's welcome him with a clap. So this is a session that we have, and then after this we'll finalize with our tea break and more networking later on. So karibu sana, Mohamed.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to this energetic young man. Allow me to call you young man. Because if you have an inclusive mind, then you're young as well, yeah? It's really great to have such kind of very commendable partners, including young people in these conversations. So yeah, as we have said, young people are also not left out in these conversations about democratic transitions, yeah? So we're gonna have an about 1.5 hour youth session that is gonna include storytelling, meaningful conversations and co-creation. I really pray and hope that you'll maintain your energy to the end. So we're gonna kick off with some bit of context, a storyboard that is going to highlight the history post-colonial in East Africa, how youth have been, mobilizing, how youth have been movement building, how youth have been taking part in coalition and all that. So we're gonna see that context, and then we're gonna have a very brilliant panel that is going to join us, a panel of young leaders, and they're going to be sharing our experiences on the same, and we're going to connect. Yeah, so allow me to welcome my colleague, Youth Senator from Nyeri County, Margaret Muchoki, who will set the stage for us. Please, while she comes, let's clap for her. Let's encourage her. Yeah, youth power. Youth power. Women power. Absolutely. Yeah, Margaret, please take it away.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You need an energizer? Who will volunteer to give us an energizer? Okay, if there's no volunteer, I'll force us. We are... Oh, you're looking for... Okay, thank you.
I was waiting for that nomination. Oh, okay. Hi, guys. Good afternoon. My name is Kibet Jacqueline Cheruto. I'm the Youth Senator, West Pokot County. It's a pleasure to be here. Please stand up. No, stand up, in fact. Stand up. Okay, so you will copy what I do. It's just a simple one. Okay, are you ready? I'll show you, and then I'll do the pilot. So, 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. Are we together? No. 2 plus 2, don't be scared, is equals to 4. You're scared now. 4 plus 4 is equals to 8. Simple, isn't it? Okay, now let's try. Okay, we start. Aya. 1 plus, okay, let's start. Copy me, guys. 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. 4 plus 4 is equals to 8.
Thank you so much, Senator Cherono, for that icebreaker. So mine is the cliche one, but I will make us adopt it, because in East Africa we say once a comrade, always a comrade, right? So when I say Viva Comrades Viva, you know what to say, right? Viva Comrades Viva. Viva Comrades Viva. Hey, me, I'm not seeing you people raising your hands. Viva Comrades Viva. Young people are energetic. Si nyinyi ndo mmekuwa maandamano.